What's going on?
Chillin'. I'm really sore from golfing yesterday.
Yeah, the same. I remember the first time I golfed, I was like 17, and I didn't stretch before. And the next day was the worst. Because it looks like, oh, I'm just swinging this club. You don't notice it.
Yep, I'm feeling it because it's been months since I golfed.
Yeah. How was yesterday? It was all right?
I mean, I won, so I haven't golfed in months because the people I normally go golfing with, they all PCS. They all left the unit. So I actually found out that leader I have that I didn't get along with and now do. He golfs, and he was like, a good course to go golfing? He's like, I want to go golfing because he's new here. And I was like, oh boy, we're going to be good friends. So,
Nice. The only thing I didn't like about golf is there's something about my skin that makes me more attractive to mosquitoes than other people.
well, he's black. So he goes,
Ah,
he goes, huh, I'm the only one.
yeah, yeah. You get used to it. Um, but the mosquitoes is something else on a golf course. I'll be like flailing around and everyone's fine, wondering what's wrong with me. So, but dude, Ron, I'm telling you, Ron is something special.
Yeah, he is. He's a pretty awesome guy. But those Tuesday founder spaces, you should start going into those. You'll hear some really incredible founders talking in there.
Yeah, let me know. I'll jump
It
in.
It's at the same time. It's like six. I think it's 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. Every Tuesday.
I think it's funny that I find wherever we go, we take everyone else with us. You notice that in spaces?
Yeah,
I'll be
I mean,
there,
yeah.
me, you, or vice versa.
Well, so many like there's a bunch of people who have come into the Syndicate chats from that chat, following me. Like Moo. Let's see, Moo, Ron, uh, Elizabeth. Who else? There's been a couple others. Brad, not the Bitcoin Brad, but the other Brad, the one that was getting into that argument with that Theo character.
Uh, I'm not sure if you saw this fight yesterday, but I wanted to see what you thought. Take a look. I GM'd it to you.
The one you sent me.
Yeah, of just the actual boxes with the financial savvy and the discipline and the
Yeah, I think
doctrine.
it's good. I think it's really good.
Do you think
Um,
it reflects what's happening in reality?
let me see. You know what I think is needs to really be the bread and butter is people who don't realize that they can start things.
You know who told me that? The AI told me that. That replica. It's. I asked it, "What is something weird?" I think we were just like interacting, and it said, that's weird." And I'm like, "What's weird?" Um, where is it? So this to me was the best part of this thread. So let's see if this goes to the top. And I think what you just said is like super powerful. So check this out. All right, it's at the top.
Hold on one second. I gotta adjust one of the clients' routines for today. He came down. He tested positive for COVID
Oh, sure.
yesterday.
Thanks, win the war. Now I have COVID.
Well,
Can you laugh?
well, he's going to run a marathon tomorrow.
Ugh. Wow.
So, or Friday. Sorry, he's supposed to go and run a marathon on Friday, and it's going to be interesting. All right, let's see this. So wake up. Oh, I can't edit it once I've assigned it. That's okay. Note to self. I gotta take notes of the things on this Quenza stuff that I don't like, but I've built a whole bunch of interesting things. So once he wakes up, I'll be able to edit the ones I want to edit. But hold on, I gotta call client.
Well, hello, hello. If you're listening to this in the future, this is the Syndicate. People always ask us, what is the Syndicate? And just like Elaine Bennis said to George's dad, it means whatever the hell you want it to mean. What is the Syndicate? Beyond meaning whatever the hell you want it to mean, the Syndicate is made up of member nodes that represent capital, people, process, technology, doctrine, and leadership. Invariably, a startup needs capital, people, process, technology, doctrine, and leadership. They just don't know where to plug those things in, and that's okay. Many VCs and hedge funds don't know how to plug any of this shit in. They're just waiting for you to do something so they can short your stock, right? You understand. It's an ecosystem. But if you're tired of talking about your startup and people saying, oh, that's a great idea, and then not doing anything, you ever pitch your startup and people are like, oh man, that's a great idea. That's amazing. I can't believe that people aren't investing. And you say, well, you're an investor. How come you're not investing? Uh, Talk to us in Series B. And you're like, well, what the fuck was I talking? What was
They
I
were
doing?
talking. They were talking about it last night in that space. Almost exactly what you're saying is that a lot of the big firms are um, are making like, hey, yeah, we're ready to invest. Let us know when you have your lead. And like you like look at them and you're like, well, what, you're gonna you're gonna invest half of my round. Why aren't you just leading it? Nah, we don't want to because they want to lead the Series A, and so a lot of the big ones are refusing to lead the pre-seed or seed round, so that they can lead a Series A, so that they're
Dude, I don't put anything past anyone. That's what they say on the website and what they say to you. At the at worst, at best, they could be idea farming, and I'm not interested in talking to you. Does that make sense? I mean, like, all right, so why
well.
don't I ask you a
So,
bunch of questions about your shit first?
so the whole, I think that's another reason why, like, you should really come into those spaces on Tuesday and just listen. Um, it's run by seven um, seven VCs, um, and a bunch of, like, so there's three or four founders who have, like, exited like four or five companies, and now they've started like their own VC while they also have companies that they're starting. Um, and then there's a bunch of other just VCs. There's actually a VC from Ohio, and I was wondering if Dan knew him, because Wolf and I um, talk a bunch. So since I stopped going to the space, like, I used to go to the space and they'd invite me up to speak like immediately, and I'd be on the panel like the whole time they were running that whole show. Um, which is one of the reasons why I think, like, a lot of founders, like, followed me to the Syndicate and, like, things
Right.
like that. But they also, like, asked me a bunch of leadership questions in those spaces when it came to, like, growing and leading small teams. So
Well, you see, the Ron coming in to me is a is something that we need to understand, right? Like, take time and be like, all right, so you knew Ron, right? You knew Ron for a while, but nothing
yeah,
happened,
so
right?
Ron and I had been had Ron had been going to those startups
Mm.
for, I'd say, about 2 months together. And he'd be up on the panel too. He'd be one of the people speaking on the panel,
Yep,
from a
yep.
diversity perspective. And then about a month into hosting that panel, myself and Allison, who's been in our space before, started our own Thursday space. Um, just randomly, she, like, messaged me. We were both on Twitter one night, and she was just like, "Hey, do you want to host a space with me?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure. Like, let's just do it." And it ended up having like 200 and some odd people in it. Um, and so it started, and it got up to like 50 or 60 founders, and we were just talking about founder stuff. And then a couple of big VCs jumped in, and that's when it exploded. Like, when a couple of the VCs jumped in and they started, like, coming up and, like, answering questions, like, the space blew up. And then every time we hosted a space, it was like, we wanted to host a space for like an hour, and it ended up being like a 6 hour space just answering startup questions. And so Allison's had two companies, and then um, we had a bunch of people who have had a bunch, so we had different perspectives. So, like, I always said, like, I'm a brand new founder, but I have a ton of leadership experience, like, probably more than most founders. Um, and I have more experience in, like, leading teams, founder sized teams, right? Um, that where there's a lot of founders who don't have that leadership and, like, the team experience, but they've built different SaaS platforms and companies. And then there's founders that have exited companies, um, of various sizes. So we were trying to get a varying perspectives up on the panel. And Ron started coming into those spaces, um, and then he kind of hopped up and was always being one of the voices at the top in those spaces. And then, um, yeah, then Ron started coming into mine and Amy's leadership space, that I was hosting. Because I invited him to, because I wanted his perspective, because I think being, you know, a gay Israeli man in a throuple, I think is a really unique perspective. And I've always said in a lot of my spaces is like, I think diversity is the only tool we have against future problems. Like, that's it. That's all we have. So I'm always looking for people with more diverse experiences, right? Like, if you are a white guy from the army, I don't really need you on my team. Like, tell me what how you differentiate, right? Tell me what's different. Tell me the diversity that you add, because it's the only thing that's important to me. But that's just my perspective. So, but yeah, that's how Ron and I kind of progressed. And then he said he was making a change in his direction. And when he said that in the DMs, I was like, oh, I definitely got a place that we could help. And then pointed him towards the Syndicate. And then he started interacting with the Win the War account, thinking it was me, which was funny. And then I told him to jump into the chat with you, so that he could kind of like get a feel. But yeah, I just point people in this direction. Like Steve Vilkes, um, the human dot connector. I told him last night. I was like, I have someone I want to introduce you to. You are either going to be very good friends, or you're going to become arch nemesis of each other, because what you do in this space, he does in other spaces. He runs. I don't know if I would call it an accelerator. He runs a prepare for VC. That's the name of the company.
It's
They
like
want they
imagine
want
with
to.
like pre-approval for venture capitalists, like you have to get a pre-approval for a home.
So for him, for their company, it's like any kind of Y Combinator kind of thing, except you get paid. You pay instead of taking equity. So they have all these classes, they have all these resources, they have all these things. You pay, and they don't take any equity. They do pitch practices, they do pitch competitions, they do a demo day, they do all that kind of stuff, and they have all these experts in their little community. So it's very kind of similar to this. They wanted to bring on Win the War and pair Win the War with every single company that comes in.
I remember you telling me about this, yeah, in the
Yeah,
beginning. Uh-huh.
yeah. They, I think that I don't know what happened. I know Steve got into a horrific car accident, was in the hospital for like a month. And like I just kept checking in with Steve and being like, I just totally put that off, and I didn't give two shits about that, and I just checked on him as a human being, um, and like, because I just wanted to make sure he was okay, because he's a good dude. Um, but then it fell off my radar totally when he was like, "Yeah, I'm out of the hospital, I'm back to work." We talked a little more, and then I just got so involved with like what I was building, I just totally forgot that was even out there. But I messaged him yesterday. He's like, "Hey, we really need to reconnect," and I was like, yeah, I got to introduce you to this guy, Mike. You guys are either going to love each other or hate each other terribly. But
So hold on.
he
Am I
does so
following
much of
you?
the same stuff. Is he goes into different spaces, he goes into different places, and he finds talent, and then like keeps a Rolodex.
Mm-hmm. Let me see if I can invite him. Steve A. dot connector.
No, here I'll send you his fucking shit. Yeah, it's at a dot connector.
All right, beautiful. All right, send it to him.
I'll send it to him too.
Mhm. So it's interesting. So as you're talking, right, we have a host, we have a co-host, or we have co-hosts potentially, and then we have speakers. We have listeners, but then we have someone else, and that's the observer, right? Sorry, we
Yeah,
have speakers.
there's definitely levels to individuals that are coming in here, right?
Because we can't see servers on desktop necessarily. You ever look into space and there's like more people than you can see, and you're like, what the fuck? Where are the other people that are supposed to be in this room?
I've never. You said that the other day. I was like, I've never seen that.
You wouldn't though, right?
Let
And
me
like,
see. I'm gonna see if I can jump on desktop because I can't figure. I can't. Hold on.
so while you do that, so we have host, co-host, speaker, listeners, and observer. Um, it's interesting that what's happening is that this everyone is interacting with each other, right? There is connection and interaction between each other. And what you're saying is what often happens is they those people in the space will create their own spaces because they vibe with each other. You might come into a space and not vibe with the host or vibe with the co-host or vibe with it, right? But you might vibe with a speaker on the panel.
Yeah, I'll tell you one of the most powerful things you can do is if you go into other spaces, kind of tangential to what you are hosting, and like get up, speak, and just talk about your space. And when that space ends, just say, "Hey, like I'm gonna start my own space," like Caffrey did, right? Like Caffrey came in here and like was talking and was like arguing with people and being abrasive, right? And then he was like, "Yeah," and then we ended the space. And he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go end my own. I'm gonna go start my own space," right? Never came back into our space, but there are now people that follow him, and now people that go to his spaces from here. Same thing that Theo did, right? Theo jumped in, started talking, and then left, and then hosted this space about his like hosted a space after about his Y Combinator experience, blah 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 blah, right? And then a bunch of people went to that space. So um, I think that that's the other thing is like um, I was talking with Galad a lot yesterday about. Oh, I sent you that stuff that he sent me. The Twitter. It was what's it called? I sent you a link to a. Maybe I didn't send it. Okay, I'll send it to you here in a second. It's some sort of application that you can use um, with Twitter that Galad suggested. Hold on.
Hey, Casey, how's it going?
Hey, so how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the space. So glad to see you here. Aw, you having a good day, buddy?
It's okay.
Oh, Casey,
Okay. What's up,
Casey.
bud? What's up?
Now let's have a conversation about your console and what you thought about it.
I was gonna ask you if it was like, would it be cool if I gave you a call? I didn't know if you'd want to do it in spaces or not. Like,
No,
what's
yeah,
your,
I have
If
no
it's with
fear.
if it's good feedback, you can talk about it here. If it's bad feedback, you can lie and say it was good, and then you can.
No, I am all about constructive criticism. I don't need any pats on the back. I want all the fucking dirt.
Yeah, no, so I talked with Eric.
Wait, hold on. I gotta get to my notebook. Give me 2 seconds. I'm
Take your time.
in the other room.
Take your time.
What I'm going to do is I'm just going to record my screen. It's a recorded space anyways, but I got you, Zach. You don't have to record it. So if I just put on captions, hey, Casey, how's it going? What was it like with the Win the War and Eric?
Oh my gosh, I feel so enlightened now. Warm fuzzies.
It's been a while since you felt warm and fuzzy in your tummy wummy.
I have a no. I was gonna reach for a little dirty joke there, and I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna fall prey to your depravity.
We don't even have to say the joke anymore. I saw what you reached for it, I looked at it, and I grabbed it, and that's how it goes. Does that make sense? We don't need to say it anymore.
Oh, dude. So Tim's here as well, and hi Lagertha as well. Just wanted to say hi.
All right, so let's reset. So you
Okay.
met Zach, and Zach runs Win the War, what helps people get their head out of their ass and get their shit together
Mm-hmm.
so they can save the world like they said they were going to do on Twitter Spaces last year.
Right. Yep.
And you were introduced by Zach at Win the War to one of his staff members, which is Eric.
Nope. He literally just signed up without me knowing.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my preference is to not do the intro refer in, but to just do a raw.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's reconnaissance. Interesting.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I see this. Oh, you have a consult with Casey, and I was just like, but it's spelled like the civilian Casey with a CAS, and then his last name, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. Never hit me that Casey and Casey were the same person. Just like Caffrey, his first name's Neil. Like it's just so it never hit me until all of a sudden Eric was like, hey, I have to go into a meeting. Can someone else take this consult? And I was like, yeah, I got it. And I call, and then I hear the voice on the voicemail, and I go, this motherfucker. So
it was so hard not to start laughing right when I heard your voice tone change from the professional motherfucker.
It's fucking it's the smoking man right there.
At that point, I went, I'm going to learn a lot more if I don't do the consult and if I force my team to do the consult and just don't tell my team that I know the individual. My other thing is that it's if I know the person on like we talk this much, it's hard sometimes.
Yeah.
The reason why Win the War works is because we develop the professional relationship first before we build that that personal one.
Mm-hmm.
And like, so we are assholes pushing you first, and then we can learn how to use what it is that motivates you as we go. Because everyone in your family, your friends, all your close people will always be like, oh, you worked out enough today. Oh, you look good. You can take a day off. Oh, every day you're like, oh, I'm struggling. They want to take your pain away. Where for us, we have to continue on because, right, there's someone on the other side of the world still training to kill us every single day. So like we have to push, and that's what we try to bring to it. But we can only bring that because we don't have that personal attachment. So that's why I was like, I can't work with Casey. I'm going to have to give him to somebody else. So the only reason that it worked with the other person from Twitter Spaces is because they never spoke in the Twitter space to me. And so I had no clue who they were. And when they signed up and they were like, yeah, I've heard you speak in Twitter Spaces, I was like, wait, what? So different kind of they knew me and had this like, oh, you are who you are. Whereas the other way around, right? Like if I was working with Casey, I would always have this in my back of my head, like, oh, what's he going to say in the space? Like this other person, I don't care what they come into the space and say, oh, he's an asshole. Cool. Go ahead and say that, but you're getting your shit done. I know that much. With Casey, it'll always be in the back of my head, like, oh man, what if he leaves the group? What if he? So now I just let everyone else. All right.
And
So that's
see,
kind of
and I want, like, I'm glad you said that, because my intention was twofold. One, to not put you in a potentially uncomfortable situation, and two, to get as unbiased a look as I possibly could get at the.
Oh yeah, I'm never in an uncomfortable situation. I just always, if I feel like
Oh,
at all,
just out of respect, trying to be a
yeah,
nice
yeah,
guy. Yeah, yeah.
Even on the bottom, I feel like I'm on top. No, sorry.
Shut up.
my thing is that I can, if I worked with you and I gave you the experience that I wouldn't learn as much. So that's my biggest part is like I need to learn. But okay, so you got on the call with him,
Yeah.
and how'd that go?
So it was good. Ruth on the start off with the overview and process intake and what that looks like. Went to from there, after there was a good description of the intake and the overall process, started going down to self-directed goals, primary and secondary goals, differentiating those. And then from there, he shifted to the actual pitch of defining what level of subscription you would want to go for. And honestly, I wasn't ready for the pitch yet. And so I kind of backed out, and I went with I got to check in with my wife on this one, but I twisted it a little bit and said, who could actually get the most use out of this would maybe be my wife. And what I want is to break now and have a conversation with her and see if she would be interested in signing up for this. And that's where we ended it.
Yeah, that's that is pretty much so. Casey, I don't want to put your life out there, but do you mind if I tell you what I got from Eric?
Sure.
Okay. Let me pull it up.
Oh, I can't wait.
All right.
Fucking guy takes me. Oh, jeez, let me tell you about the fucking guy. The guy can't make up his mind. No.
This motherfucker stretched me out for a half hour to say I
Wait
got to
for
check
my
with my
time.
wife.
This guy's supposed to be your friend? No, you need to stop having friends.
Casey, age 47, time zone Eastern, job loan officer, works with self-development, help for others. Primary goals: health, multiple knee surgeries. He lists a couple of medical things that I am not going to say in the recorded space. Small, frequent meals. Doesn't want to binge. Must have frequency with diet. Timed eating periods. How we can help, and then he lists about 6 different things that and ways in which we can do that and make that happen. Quit smoking, half a pack a day, 2 weeks for a carton, and then he lists 4 or 5 different ways in which we can implement a change to that. Daily routine, wants to set up better daily routine, and then he lists 3 different ways that we can help with that. Alternate secondary goals: family, wants to spend more time. Daily schedule, walk through, break into 4 quarters. We need to work on setting up phases and issuing what are his primary objectives and mission sets for each phase of his day. His day currently is set up like this, and then he gives me the entire whole day, and then he made 6 recommendations on ways that we can change it up so that you can maximize what you're doing in those sets of your day. Prioritize leads first because those are needed. How do we get him to get more leads? How do we out there? How do we push him to make more calls? Wants an audible schedule with adaptable times due to the nature of his income. And then he lists 2 more ways in which we can do that. Sleep schedule, bad habits. Do you use your phone or bed or watch TV until you fall asleep? And then it just says Twitter ? And then at the end it says knows life will change with us. Speaking with wife, trying to figure out how this will fit in.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So, yeah, I get a deep dive when we have it, and then what we do is we have client meetings once a day that are like 10-15 minutes long, where we just kind of say, all right, who do you think? And then we kind of go over who we have available, who has the most bandwidth, who's not deploying, and going, all right, who can make these mission objectives for this individual come to fruition the best. And so that's how we kind of pair people. So that's kind of how it works.
Whoa. So what do you think, Casey? Let me ask you this. Is there anything that wasn't asked that you thought was relevant?
I don't know. Off the top of my head, I'm going to say no, but I'm always distracted. I'm always doing I got 5 things coming at me. And so I'm still kind of processing it, I guess. So maybe, but given the amount of time that we spent on the phone, I thought it was pretty good. I'm a pretty hard sell until I'm not. So I get real cautious about buying into a program. So I'm kind of a hard sell, to be honest. So I'm still processing through.
Yeah, my challenge is right now, Win the War is a personality cult for me, and I am worshiping Zach. If that makes sense, like I ask everything of Zach,
Totally.
and Zach messages me back, and I get the answer, and I get it right away. And even if the answer is like a fucking 80,000 page PDF, at least he sent me the answer, and I'm good to go. And I say, how does this work? And he's like, no, it works actually the opposite of that. Or no, that's a recursive function, not a linear one. Oh, okay. I'll talk to you in 2 weeks. And now I'm telling like all of the other, like I was talking to an entrepreneur yesterday who is in the process. And dude, I think this would be crazy for solopreneurs that are operating businesses to be like, I know that you've been working in your business for the better part of 20 years, but maybe you don't want to climb that ladder anymore. Is it possible for you to replace yourself in your business with someone just as good, if not better than you? And instead of working in your business for the next 5 to 10 years before you sell it or your kids take it over, what if you could remove yourself and then work on your business? I have a few founders in that position, let me tell you. A few founders that would be like, look, I'm doing this and I make money. I make money doing it. I don't want to make money doing this anymore. I want this to make money.
Yeah,
But the transition to working in your business to on your business, I think most people don't succeed at. And they still have successful businesses, but it never gets to that point where they have other people executing.
it's one of the
And that HQ assigning things to generals, that little thing at the beginning of the military decision-making process you taught me is everything. That's the secret.
and that's the thing is like, right, that's why I couldn't work with Casey, is because I need to know, right? The whole point of this is that every person who comes to Win the War gets their own Zach, right? They get their own military thought process advisor, right? You come for the accountability, the discipline to get things done. You stay because of all the added value that you get from the doctrine and what we're teaching, right? So you come because you want those daily check-ins and you want to say like, here are the things that I must get done. Here is how I improve my life. And we force that down your throat, but stay because of the phone calls on the weekends talking through the doctrine and how does it change the way you work and how does it change the way you look at your business and your life, right? So that's the difference is, a lot of coaching consulting programs, you go because you want this like higher level thought process thing, and then you stay because you form a bond there. We don't care about the bond because it keeps us objective, and we can force you to get those things done that are going to help you. But yeah, so that's kind of like the difference that we are trying to do, and giving everyone that advantage.
This this move from going from human delivered services to digital is, I think, still hypothetical. People be like, yeah, you just digitize. What the fuck do you mean by digitize? You know what I mean? Like that move, and that's why I like Ron, right? Because Ron has worked with so many of these places, scaling them up. It's like he sees it like like Edgar Casey doing a séance. You know what I mean? So it's good that Casey did it the way he did it, I think, because he was able to get kind of true recon, unfiltered, right? Um, and you know what? This feedback process is where most startups never get to, which is, I don't know, tell me what you actually thought. You know how hard it is to find out what people actually thought? Because people are like, hey, buddy, how's it going? That's a great startup. I love it.
Yeah,
Dude, I love
like
the
I said,
artwork, man. The community rules. Yeah.
like I said, all people want to do is fucking, jerk your dick and tell you that you're great. Like, I don't
Are
give
you
a
saying
fuck
Twitter
about
Spaces is a strip club for founder?
that. Yeah,
You're an
all
asshole.
people want to do is tell you that you're great and that they love what you're working on. Like, all I want to know is how it sucks.
Yeah, but it's
Like,
funny because, like, so do you want to dance? No, it's okay. Well, I've been talking for 45 minutes.
yeah, I think that's the part, like, that's pretty great about this is like, I don't I don't care. Come in here, tell me what you're working on. I'm going to give you my honest opinion. Like, if I tell you, like, hey, this is going to suck or it's never going to pick up, like, it's not me being an asshole. It's me. I say this the other day is there's a difference between being nice and being kind. Okay. And I think that people who are kind will tell you that you're fucked up and that you're in the wrong direction, in a way that's constructive. People who are nice will just blow smoke up your ass and keep you on the wrong direction because they don't want to hurt your feelings. Right. And I hate nice people. I like kind people. I fucking hate nice people.
I
Right.
had to separate myself from, I separated myself from most of my friends until recently, because I I was interacting with them like we were still in high school, and I needed a break of like a few years to actually be the person I am now with them. And it risked ruining the relationship, and it did temporarily because it's a shock to be like, hey, how come you're not the person I always knew? How come you changed? You know what I mean? And now that I think a lot of the people in my life have changed, now that when we get together, we're like, oh yeah, we're on the same page again. We're like on a completely different library, right? We just changed as individuals. We just need to
I
change apart.
At one point I called like all of the friends in my phone, like all of the people that I like kept in touch with. I called them all and I told them I was going to start a business. I can't remember what it was, but it was like the most batshit crazy stupid idea. It was like something like I was going to build the next Instagram, but it wasn't going to be uh, pictures. It was just going to be text, and then but you could only write like 12 words, right? And then this other stuff, and it was like
So
it was
it was
just,
like instead of Twitter, it was Twit.
yeah, so it was just stupid, like, but I made it up on purpose to see who was going to tell me that that was fucking stupid and who was going to be like, yeah, I'm here, I'll support you, right? And the ones that said, yeah, I'm here, I'll support you, I think it's a great idea, like, let's see how it goes. I just cut them off. I just stopped talking to them. Because if you're not going to have the balls to tell me that I'm a fucking idiot and I'm going to waste my time, right? Like, if you're just going to blow smoke up my ass, I don't want you around, right? Like, I want people that are going to push me, that are going to challenge me. I don't need anyone here that's going to be like, yeah, you can do it. Like,
Yeah,
fuck.
but it's nice to have a bidet experience every once in a while.
Yeah, exactly. Right. But I don't need 30 bidets, right, surrounding me.
Are you
So
saying Twitter Space is a bidet for founders?
But I
Keep
do
on
this. I
going.
do it with my team too. Is like with my soldiers. Is I'll like walk in and I'll be like, all right, guys, today we're gonna do XYZ thing, and right, like I want the privates, the young brand new soldiers, to say, Roger, Sergeant, what do we do to start? And then I'll be like, all right, just go wait outside. I'll talk to all the NCOs. All right, hey, and then I want the leaders that next rung up to look at me and go, hey, Zarn, that kind of sounds stupid. Like, why don't we do it this way? Or why don't we not do that at all? Because it's dumb. Right. And if they don't speak up, like I go, why aren't you guys telling me? Right. Why aren't you
So,
guys at least
I
coming
do.
back and saying, you are the leaders, right? The privates, I want them to just go, you say jump, they go, don't say how high, they just start jumping and ask if it's high enough. But my next level down, the leaders, I need them to be the ones who are critical thinking and saying, is there a better way? Is this dumb? Why are we doing this? Right. I don't need them to just soldier on all the time. They're the ones that need to start thinking critically at how to problem solve on the fly. And so sometimes I just bring stupid fucking shit to my people just to see if they'll say it. That's dumb.
It's it's interesting to kind of balance that need to be able to direct someone versus their ability to tell you that what you're doing may not be effective.
Well, yeah, and I think that it depends, right? Like I have a small luxury being in the military, so I'm very able to say at this level I need you to do these things, right? I need you to not question and just accomplish. The next level up, I need you to start questioning things, but in a productive way, right? Don't come to me and say, this is stupid, right? Come to me and say, hey, Sarn, this is stupid, but here's a solution, right? I don't want you to bring me problems. I want you to bring me solutions. But so those, what I say is the sergeants, right, should bring me problems, right? And then I can tell them, okay, cool, you've identified the problem. How do you come up with a solution, right? Those staff sergeants should never, ever bring me a problem. They should only bring me solutions, right? Because that is where that changeover happens, where you go from being a manager to being a leader, right? Managers bring problems, leaders solve problems. So understanding where you are on that hierarchy, right? And you can start seeing the lowest level soldiers, right? When they are solving problems, you can identify that potential, right? When they're coming to you, when you have young new employees that are coming to you with solutions to problems and not the problem themselves, they've already thought through it before ever coming to you. You know that you have someone who has potential. The issue is we just say, you've been with the company the longest, we're going to promote you. Like, that's dumb. Like, you have to start thinking through these. What is it that they've done? Are they a person that brings you more problems? Or are they a person that brings you solutions?
We're doing this with the music label in Ghana. So it's like, all right, so you're a videographer. All right, so you're a singer. Send me 5 songs. Most people don't come back. You're a singer? Okay, come into the studio. We have a ton of instrumentals. Pick any of them, sing over them. Most people don't do that. When
It's like I said with Kappa, right? Is like I gave Kappa this opportunity, and like I'm working with my team right now to try to set aside money because he's doing so well with all of these posts for Win the War. He's doing so well, like getting content out on the page, right? That, but I'm not going to start paying the guy just because he's done it for 2 days, right? Like, yes, it's good, but did he blow his load with with 12 posts a day for the first 2 days, and now he's not going to post for the rest of the week? Like, it's sometimes I want to just push people to see what they do before I go, all right, because
Yep.
once I commit, right? Like if I tell Kappa, hey, I'm going to pay you $200, but I'm also going to set you up with a Win the War coach, which is, hundreds of dollars a month, and you have the opportunity to get testimonials for your own copywriting organization, I think the value's there for him to continue. It's just, can he keep up the pace that he's set for himself?
What I'm doing now is uh, for for the charity that's in Canada working with Ghana. Um, we want to. We've done enough that we know that we're in a position to attract more donors. Right? We've done the testing, we've built the relationships, all that good stuff. So the next step is to hire someone to repeat what we've done, but just raise more money now that we set everything up. And we interviewed someone, and I said essentially, if what we're asking this person who's going to manage this donor process is we're going to evaluate them over 90 days. Well, what if as the first step, we issue them the mission and all we ask them to do is give us 2 divergent courses of action, and we pay them in exchange for that 2 course of action plan? What if we just paid them for the plan? Instead of hiring them for what's amounts of thousands of dollars a month for the next 3 to 6 months, what if we just paid them for the initial plan? And if we like the initial plan, it would be like, we want A or B or a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. Would you like to implement the plan that you created? Okay, well, here you go. We'll do a 90-day trial. So that's what I'm thinking is instead of hiring someone, just pay them to do a piece of the initial work. And if they do it, great. If they run away, we expect that to happen.
Yeah, and like I said, I think that some people don't. I think some people don't understand the price of opportunity, right? They don't see how much opportunity is worth, um, and that's why people sit and they just talk about shit instead of going for it and taking advantage of it, right? Um, it's they just don't see that what opportunity. Opportunity is both like the best and worst thing that can happen to a person, just depending on what you do with it.
So I'm just clipping those 2 things.
Ah, the land of opportunity. It's a great place. It's a wasteland of those who take and those that forget.
I just love it when people go, "Oh, I have this great opportunity." Okay, so what are you going to do about it? Well, I'm going to make a plan. Okay, and then 6 months later, "Hey, what happened with that opportunity?" Oh, well, it's 3 months of planning just went out the window. Well, what actions did you
Yeah.
take? I didn't do anything. I didn't take any action. I was just still planning. I'm like, well,
I
maybe
think
that's the
people
problem.
think that opportunity is stationary. Opportunities is a window, and windows open and windows close, and we don't choose when they close. And sometimes people don't realize that as they're waiting, other people are executing. Other people much dumber than them, by the way, intellectually and IQ-ally,
Well,
right?
that's because we have this stupid fucking saying of when one door closes, another one opens.
You're an asshole.
I'm sorry, but oh, we should embrace failure. No, we should not embrace failure. Failure is fucking failure. We should embrace tripping up, falling. We should embrace
Right.
stumbling, right? We should embrace getting up after we fall. We should embrace, oh, I just ran through all of my runway and now I have 0 and I have to close the business. That's not fit. That's fit, right?
Yeah.
Stumble a lot. Learn from it, right? Don't fail. Right? Before you ever fail, you should take a step back and go, all right, how do we How do we change the trajectory so that we can stumble as many times before we go to zero? People just
Or
drive to
fail.
fucking zero as fast as they can, and I'm like, no, that's not what you're supposed to do.
You should fail beautifully. I think you should fail. Peter, jump in, my man. Come on now, you're Syndicate. You can.
Trip but never fall. Trip but never fall. That's the motto I live by. I slip up a lot all the fucking time, more often than not. But as long as I don't fall, it's good. If I fall, then I know there's a problem. If I fall, then I know I need to really fucking change absolutely everything that I'm doing, not just one small thing, but everything. I think.
Speaking of rising, you sent me all of those Google Colab notebooks. I'm pretty sure there's a ton of people that would love to get a tutorial from you on how to do this, but I understand if you have a secret sauce and you want to keep that close to the chest. I'm just saying.
Actually,
I mean,
Syndicate rules. He has to share, like, for every month he's here, he had to share at least 2 or 3 really awesome prompts that work for him, but no one else has. Because I use prompts like beige or like beige door, beige floor. You know what I mean? Sorry. Go ahead, Peter.
I'm more than happy to share prompts once I'm done with them. I've got a whole list of them that I've just been sitting on that I've got,
Not
whatever.
even prompts. It's just like 0 to MP4. Does that make sense? I know there's a lot of people in this room that would love to just sit as a fly on the wall and watch you do your thing and be like, all right, so you wake up and you make your coffee and you sit to your computer and you go to Twitter Spaces and yelling at people again. So you close to this Twitter Spaces and be like, all right, let me do some actual work and stop listening to this fucking dribble, right?
And Peter,
and then
if
what
you
do?
this topless, Peter, like Lagatha will stay on there all day. You know what I mean? Just because she's driving a lot, so she just loves nothing better than artist.
Look, I would probably
working on
watch it without the video. I mean, watch it without the audio. It just, you know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
hey, what'd you learn? Oh, I learned that Peter is good with his hand.
And then, so in the view, it should be just, 6-pack abs, or at least put a flat screen in there that has the 6-pack abs, and then have a shot of you, working on the art.
We got to get a camera on that roller. Have you ever seen those interview setups where they have that like skid conveyor belt with the camera, and it's slowly moving across the room, and you get all these angles for the interview, and that's how they do these interviews. They have a moving camera on a skid.
Yeah, and that's just sets her on fire. So that's what I would do.
I'd love to invest the money into this sort of thing,
Dude,
but
can you imagine?
I don't know if I can far that.
Can you imagine if we combined? Let's say there was like a great interaction on here, and it never happens. But imagine there was a time when we had a great interaction on here, right? And then we took that, and then we disco infused the visuals. Because the challenge is the content is interesting to the ear, but it's boring to the eyeballs. That's the next step. Go ahead, Tro.
Hi, guys. So I actually wanted to ask a question, and to you, to Zach, and maybe to any other person on the team that could answer. I noticed during the course of building my brand for like 8 years now, I've always had these issues where when I have more demands for my product and I'm trying to raise funding for it, and I reach out to the banks, it's either the banks will say the line of credit is not enough to carry it. So I'm actually left with high network individuals, and it seems like these guys just want to be like a loan shark. Like, you just want to split your profit into 2 and just get half of it.
Are you trying to say that venture capitalists are worse than loan sharks? That you're
No, no,
better
no.
off in Brooklyn than you are in Silicon Valley? How dare you?
Sorry, let me just express it, express. So I have noticed over time where I had to struggle for my deals because these guys became aware of these deals and they could not give me the funds. They go at my back to get these deals executed. And I now had to like retrace myself back to the banks. But now the problem with the banks is that I noticed bankers themselves weren't to be trusted. So when they understood the business process and how we're going to execute the deals with the bank, it not became a problem where they were going back of me and trying to do it with the customers with another business name. So it became like a big challenge for me because I don't know if you've seen yourself over there. Because now I feel like I've digitalized the business process and I feel like I'm still trapped because I feel like I really don't know who to trust. It's not like I don't want to do business with high net worth individuals to borrow their money, but I just feel like they should be more reasonable to agree on a rate that will make me grow. But over this market here in Nigeria, it's really because you go meet these people, and next day they're also chatting up with your client because they know high net worth individuals in these companies and they could take the job out of you. So I wanted to find out
I,
how were you able to navigate it? Yeah.
I have someone to introduce you to. We did the Canada African Investment Summit a few weeks ago. So there are a number of people living either in Nigeria or in Ghana that are looking for individual like yourself. Can't promise anything, but if you send me a DM, I can send you their number and give you a warm intro to them.
Yeah, I think that I would just say right now, companies like Africa is probably one of the hot spots for investment because it's just it's so booming, and there's so much opportunity there. The issue is that it really takes warm introductions to get the best deals. Otherwise, you're going to be any kind of cold intro, kind of walk into banks, walk into or contacting kind of high net worth individuals. You're the deal is already kind of on the losing end from the start. Um, there's a startup founder, Moo, who I talk with quite a bit, and he kind of says the same thing: is that you hear about it all the time, especially on Twitter Spaces, because you've kind of created this environment where you hear what you want to hear. So you hear about all these investing in Africa and investing in founders and investing in companies there, and the deals are great. And then you never get a deal, and you're like, well, what the hell? Like, is it me? No, it's not you. It's just that people, it's just like Instagram, right? Everyone looks pretty on Instagram. On Twitter, everyone gets to just say how great they are and how they got such a great deal. And no one ever fact checks them. So if you feel like you are behind the power curve because everyone else is getting great deals, it's not you, it's the algorithm. So sometimes if you just change your environment, and find those warm intros, it can really help change that perspective. So that's what I would say.
There's an investment thesis that was put forth by the Prime Minister of Ghana. And he said that the reason that China grew is because they have the largest expatriate population on the planet. I think it's like 60 million people live outside China. So something like that. It's probably more. You know how it is. But imagine if you have this huge force of people sending money back to their homeland. You know what happens with people from the Philippines all the time. You have nurses here feeding. People here are like the Manny Pacquiao for their families back home. You know what I mean? They make money boxing in North America and they send all that money back home to their Filipinos. And they have like an entourage. But anyways, the reason I say all this is because the Prime Minister said that if we as Ghana want to grow, we have to adopt the same strategy that these Chinese living abroad and Chinese living at home did, which is for Nigeria to grow, they would say, we need to find Nigerians abroad interested in investing in Nigerians at home. Because the Nigerians abroad who have come from Nigeria, they already know the lay of the land better than any VC possibly could with all the blogs and analysts on the planet, because they haven't been there. They didn't grow up from there, right? So, for example, with the Ghanaian I'm working with, he's investing in a lot of opportunities in Ghana. One, because he's Ghanaian and wants to see people who don't have access to school supplies have access to school supplies and therefore education, but also because he understands the lay of the land and knows where the bodies are buried. So I'm not sure how you feel about that, but I think the thesis of introducing Nigerians in Canada, for example, or in Toronto, to Nigerians in Nigeria, super powerful. Oh, go ahead. You never have to put your hand up.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your response. And I really do appreciate, and I look forward to the referrals. But also, as you guys, the introductions for Nigerians to work with Nigerians, I don't even know why it's quite challenging for them. Maybe in Ghana, I don't know, maybe they're very warm and receptive, but for young entrepreneurs, like trying to beat maybe those in the VC space that are maybe schooled abroad and had actually gone into private equity or investment banking and coming back into the market. It's like they make all these promises, and when it's like the time to like get the fundings, they just swap. I don't know why it's done on purpose. Is it to just break it down, or I don't know why it's done on purpose, because I've experienced this like twice. And I had for a client, like a B2B client, because I deal with B2B clients in terms of supply. And twice this VC person had not my business process when I started it up, but I just kept mute like that and didn't communicate. So I was now forced to work with other people and to see how we could raise the funds. So I lost a lot of money, like 30, some of them was like $30,000, $20,000, because of that simple inability to just communicate and say, okay, maybe I don't have funds on my hands right now to pull into what you're doing. They weren't communicating professionally well. That's what's my challenge with them. And I don't the sense of I don't know, the sense of pride for Nigerians over here. It seems like they just want to see on other people and they don't want to give them a chance to grow.
Keep in mind, though, that we have gone from a bull market to a bear market. And when we went from a bull market to a bear market, I imagine a lot of the millionaires in Nigeria were no longer in a position to be a VC when the price of Bitcoin went from 70 to 17. So there may be macro factors affecting that as well. The other thing is, I'm finding like the investor that I'm working with, who's Ghanaian, he's not some fancy venture capitalist. He doesn't put venture capitalist on his LinkedIn profile. You wouldn't even know it, right? But as a savvy business operator, he's more in a position to maybe write small checks than a lot of people. Does that make sense? A million, right? You just needed enough to get you to the next stage. And I found that often if you go to a founder who's operating a business and you say, hey, I don't need a Series A. I don't even need a pre-seed. I need like a pre-seed. Then sometimes these founders are the best people to do that. So I think that I guess the message is it's not only venture capitalists and hedge funds and banks that have access to the size of capital that you need, right? It could just be other founders that are saying, you know what, things are going well for me. Instead of putting money into options on the market or investing in equities, maybe I invest in a company.
I'm not so sure that Ghanaian economy and Nigerian economy are like so interoperable. I think Nigeria's problem right now is they're too linked to the British pound and to banking. I don't know much about Nigerian central banks at all, but I really think they heavily relied on Britain, and how their economy is doing. So it's yeah.
Speaking of Britain, Lauren, how are you?
Good morning.
Peter, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Lauren, meet Peter. Peter, meet Lauren.
Hi, Peter.
That's me, Lauren. You're pushing on us, aren't you, Mike?
Yeah.
No, I was totally not shoehorning that introduction. That was so smooth. Wasn't that smooth, guys? So smooth.
I'm half a world away. Let's just let that be known. I'm literally half a world away.
You don't even know how much that is a feature in dating these days for women. Oh man, he's half a world away. Fuck, finally I can feel safe to talk to someone.
Hi, Jackie.
Good morning. Thank you for hosting the space. It's so fun to hear you. Dan, always a pleasure this morning. I've just been listening in, doing stuff around the house, getting ready for the day, gonna go for a walk. Lauren, did you go to the beach last night?
No, I didn't. I fell asleep. And apparently I snore. I didn't know that until my daughter took a video. And it was pretty bad.
Well, no, some people only snore if they've been drinking. Were you drinking?
No.
Okay, well, I know that people that I've slept next to, they are a perfect sleeper, sober, but when they're drunk, they are a rhinoceros.
Yep. I was a rhinoceros.
So cute, though. Maybe that's why your voice is so husky this morning.
It is so husky this morning. Can you hear it?
Husky.
Sure.
It's I sound terrible. I was like, what is wrong with me?
Join this. Sounding like a rhinoceros. What do you expect?
I know. Can you hear it? Can you tell? Is it obvious?
Yeah. No, I just turned psychic overnight, and I was like, oh, I'm teasing. Yeah, I can hear it. But you're still have a beautiful voice, and I can still feel the Lauren of the light coming through.
Oh, yeah, she's in there somewhere.
She's waking up, I think.
Yeah. I
So
start my new job
because so
tomorrow.
you want to this topic of conversation is interesting for me because I'm really into entrepreneurial subjects. So Zach, what you've been talking about for the last, I guess I've been here for maybe 40 minutes just listening. Usually I'm pretty active when I'm in spaces, but I've been busy this morning. It's been a night.
Oh, you cut out for
Oh,
me.
I think my mic's messing up.
Oh, you're back. I can hear you now. Baby got a call. Hold on, is that a caduceus?
Hi.
Oh, it is a caduceus.
Hello. Good morning.
All right.
Hello.
How's your morning going?
What?
I said, how is your morning going?
Good.
Yeah, did you sleep well?
Yes.
Did you have any good dreams?
Yeah, and good dreams.
I can't remember. I got a friendship bracelet. Me and my mom made it.
Oh,
Aw.
I designed jewelry as well.
It's it's red and orange and yellow and green and blue and dark blue and violet and indigo. And that's it.
Oh, it seems so colorful. It'll match with every one of your outfits.
Yeah.
Does your mom's look exactly the same or is it a little bit different?
Uh yeah, it's a little bit different.
That's special. I love jewelry. I had friendship bracelets with my sisters.
Wow.
Maybe I should make some for my nieces and I.
Wow, that's cool.
That's my niece Annabelle.
Oh, it's your niece, and that was your daughter. I was like, that sounds like a very young daughter for 10.
No.
I was like, wow. Like my nieces sound a little bit older and they're 5.
No, that's Annabelle. She came to say hi to everybody yesterday.
Aww.
And when they were little, they couldn't say Lauren, so they would call us Aunt Friend. Like friend.
One of my nieces, both of them won't call me Aunt Jackie. They'll call me Jackie. And then my nieces that live in England both call me Aunt Jackie. Oh, it warms my heart.
They have an accent. I love that.
I'm a,
I just spent a week with them and they have like a full on accent because they were born there. My sister's lived there for 15 years and is married to a Brit. So, yeah, they're full blown little British ones, and they're so cute. Auntie Jockey. Oh.
I always ask my friends that are in like England or Ireland, I'm like, hey, how come your family didn't hop on the boat? Like, why didn't they come over here? It's a curious question.
Maybe they get seasick like I do. They're like, fuck it. I'm just teasing.
But it does make you wonder, like, how come our ancestors came and other people didn't? And I don't know.
A
Maybe
woman,
love.
a woman asked me a question yesterday in a space. I was in Steve's space, and she was talking to Steve about it. If a British man migrates to another country and has kids, those children are automatically British citizens, but only the male, if the female, only the, I don't know, who say it's something. So I was going to look into it for this woman because she just lost her husband last year, and now her kids are like asking all these questions. So it was pretty intense conversation that I had no answer to.
I'm not sure if that question was for me. Was that for me or is
No,
that just
just
general?
general. If anyone knew, I mean, I'd
I
love to
have no
get back to
idea.
her. Tag was Mama Bear. She was really hammered last night talking. We had a pretty intense conversation, but yeah, she brought that up, and Steve was saying his ex-wife was British, but it didn't. They weren't British citizens because they were his kids. So I don't know. I'm just wondering. Just a question that somebody asked last night that maybe I could relay an answer. But if you don't know, yeah, I didn't know.
I'm pretty sure that if they're born in England, they are British citizens and they have to apply to have dual citizenship. Please do not quote me on this. I don't
No,
like
yeah, that's
legalities
why I didn't
here,
even
but
get into it because I had no idea. But she said if the male is British citizen and comes to America or goes to Australia and has kids, those children are automatically British citizens or whatever they call. I don't
yeah,
know.
I don't know
Just
for sure actually.
yeah. So I was gonna look it up, but it was just a It was just weird. It was just a conversation I had last night. Just last night at like 10 o'clock last night. And here you go talking about. Oh, by the way, I'm Uncle B. My nieces and nephews call me Uncle B. So, all
Oh,
right.
hello. Nice to meet you.
I'm thinking through um, the best of Twitter Spaces, right? And I've been mapping out the kind of the customer journey. And one of the moments that I want to be able to, one of the pieces of data that I want to be able to understand is time of emoji, right? I think if there's an emotional reaction like this one, I'm going to want to know what was being spoken 30 seconds later and 30 seconds earlier so I can capture the joke or the funny thing or the true thing or the emotionally enthralling thing, the captivating thing, the exceedingly useful thing. So what you're saying is that the time of emoji uh, response indicates something that's not only captivating, but also emotionally enthralling, but also potentially exceedingly useful. Okay. The other thing is time of follow. Like, often when you hear people talk with each other, they say, "Oh shit, I love what you just said. Yo, I'm going to give you a follow right now." I want to know what was said 30 seconds before and 30 seconds after that moment of follow. But I'm not sure if time of follow is offered by the Twitter Spaces API data dictionary.
Mike, I just sent you a whole bunch of Twitter things from my pal at Twitter. Things he said we should check out.
So I know Spaces dashboard. We're using Zealous. Flowgen, I'm actually interacting with the founder for the past 2 months. Sharzad, I think her name is. Audio Labs. What is Audio Labs do? Expand your reach by trying to blah, blah, blah. Say hello to your new superpowers. Convert audio into video, into reels. Okay. So let's go to one of the people who Hoop Spaces. So if I look at Hoop Spaces, let's see what they're doing. Do 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 do.
They're talking smack about their liberty.
I mean, it's not talking smack. So do you really have a Twitter
They
space?
talk smack. They smack talking entrepreneurs. Smack talking as a service.
What's his name though? Hold on. Where did this go? Audio Labs. It was Audio Labs, right? Do do do. Oh, Cho, I wanted to introduce you to KC if you're still listening. KC Cho. Cho is operating a business in Nigeria, and she's at the point where she's looking to attract funding. She's reached out to a number of institutions and not gotten anywhere. And not to say this is an issue, but I believe that the personal financial success of the founder is intimately tied to their ability to raise capital in favorable terms. I'll introduce you to KC, Cho, and Cho KC to see if you guys interacted, to see if there might be some known unknowns that may be holding up the funding process, let's say.
Hey, Cho, how you doing?
Hi, Casey. I'm good. I'm okay.
Good,
And you?
good. Yeah, nice to meet you.
You too. Nice to meet you.
So, right on. So, your financial position going into your efforts is usually what we like to talk about. Do you feel like talking about that here in this public forum, or would you rather do a private talk?
I think a private talk would be better, but let me just
Sure.
put a hint of the major challenges. It's like I started up the business like 8 years ago, and probably before starting up, I had worked with a private equity company, and I worked in the insurance industry, and I had poor knowledge of how money was working, and I decided that I was going to go into the retail space, and I chose the particular product I was going to actually use to service the market. So I did an internship with this firm that was selling the same product, so I could work with them for like a year to really understudy how the businesses was running. So I was working with the founder then, and I had pro knowledge before like starting up my own. So I had worked like professionally on my own before going into entrepreneurship. I have like over 6 years work experience from private equity and insurance. Then try and working with the entrepreneur before starting up. It was like a year. So when I started up, it was pretty much easier because I understood how the market had run, and I was actually trying to just close more sales with clients. And I was really pretty happy because these clients were giving me smaller volumes to do. But over time, it now grew so much, and I needed more funding. So I would run to the banks, and the banks I started learning how the terms work. They open a line, and with time, I couldn't just draw more from the line because it feels like, oh, you don't have enough turnover to carry this. So sometimes the bankers themselves will try to connect my jobs and go back to my clients and get some other firms to try to execute the projects. And I started getting worried. So when I was reaching out to high network individuals to say, okay, can we do a deal on this product and on this job? Because most of my clients are B2B. So whenever they issue like a purchase order to me, there's no like problems where you say they wouldn't pay. They obviously know them in the market over here. So that was my business model. So I stuck to B2B customers and they were buying all these things for me. So when the jobs were coming and I had more jobs for like $50,000, I had jobs to do for $30,000. The banks were not willing to, carry this. High network individuals I have meeting were like trying to split my profit or trying to corner my jobs or behind me. It's now became a problem. So because now I have more demands, I have more clients who want to do business with me because they like the value of the quality of the products. And now I feel like, okay, we've grown, but there is no money because the money is there, but I'm scared of people trying to take the jobs, even if the purchase order is being brought out. I don't have people I could trust that could say, okay, give you this money, we trade with it for a couple of while, we get extra amount of profit on it. And that was all I was asking so that I could naturally grow as an entrepreneur. And this market is really tough for female entrepreneurs because as a woman, it's like really tough here. You can't actually close a deal without many men trying to be on you. So I've been like really harassed sexually on this thing, and I had stood my ground like I wasn't going to have to sleep with anybody to close any deal. And I worked at a lot of deals, but with time, the clients started understanding that some of the key players in this offices started knowing that, oh, she wasn't going to do it. So my quality of my products was not speaking for me. And people started noticing that giving referrals, like they wanted to use my own product I was giving to the companies. So exponentially, I was just growing in sales. I wasn't really actually looking for it. They were all coming back to say, okay, we like the quality of what you're doing. So I sat down and said, okay, let me digitalize the business process. I don't have to do a brick and mortar, having to pay too much money for a store and every other thing. I could put everything online. I could just send an email, we do a Zoom call. I could go for a meeting to close it. And I could source all the projects and get it to my client. And it makes it more easier for anybody to do business with me. And that model was pretty much good. But now, when the job comes out, it's the funding. It's always the funding. If we go to the banks know the business process. The bankers themselves will want to run this thing themselves and execute it. If you go to high net individuals, they're not willing to work with you to grow. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for a VC firm that will work with me or a high network individual that's willing to work with me to grow the brand. Because I notice how the business model works for us here. If we could invest like let's say 50% of what we're trying to do, my profit margin is as much as 50% on it. And most people are really shocked, like, how do I do it? It's because over time, I took my time to understand the business, the niche, the type of products. And if the products were having issues, then I could actually recommend to your client to say, okay, let's do this. And I do offer after sales service to my clients. And these are things that are not really available here in these markets because when people buy these products, they don't have an after sales service there. There's no warranty on it. So I do these things and my clients keep coming back. So that's where I am. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Wow. Wow, Cho. Okay, so you are deep into the effective guts of how your banking system is lending or not lending money. Because at first what I heard was there's no way for them to source the cash flow because a lot of it is not you actually touching the cash. Um, and that for the US lending side of it is the first like challenge in being able to lend. But again, correct me, you're not working with banks in Nigeria, is that right?
Yeah, but is it
Okay.
possible I can be working? Is it possible that we can push all the banking transaction all the way from the US? That would be better because we have issues with like FX. We can't even source it over here.
Oh
Yeah.
man, that's I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know. All I can tell you is that you're probably further ahead in seeing your environment than what anything I can tell you. But I will say it sounds like your overhead for operation is relatively low minus funding on product release, which is a pretty immediate return. So it's a frequent short um, financing, lots of temporary loans, right? You get the loan, you pay it off, which I'm curious, like over here, the move would be to establish a business line of credit, like a huge credit card that you can just use as you need. to self-fund your deals. Do you have any like big collateral items by chance?
No. So because when I
Okay.
started off the business, no, I don't have that. So
Okay.
the way
Okay.
the bank works is that I think two banks now are more safer to do business if they're into inflow in money. That is Standard Chartered and Citibank and Stanbic IBTC. Those are the two banks. But the way the structures is done in such a way that the client has to domicile payment to them. Aha. So, but they do have an issue giving you dollars. They wouldn't want to give you dollars. That's their own problem right now.
Will you say that last part again for me? What their problem is?
Okay, the banks over here, the problem is trying to give you dollars because they feel like you can't have access to dollars because CBN had to put some regulations on dollars. So the banks won't be able to sell dollars to you based on the kind of products I'm selling because some products can actually be produced here and I'm actually not producing this here. I have to bring them into the country and I have to now deliver to the clients. So they feel like, okay, concerning the kind of product I'm trying to sell, the banks will not be able to release the dollars. They'll only release dollars for equipment. If I was buying an equipment, then the banks will give the dollars. So for now, any product that's being
Man,
sold, they would not want to give money to source it in. So
that's brutal.
when I did the proposal and told them that, okay, over time we've lost like $50,000 and we should have had enough funds to buy equipment and made more profit from this thing, but the banks were never able to come through. How does the bank want to be responsible to fix that? So the bank feels like, oh, there's nothing they can do. It's like there's CBN policies and there's really nothing to do. So when we lose jobs from clients over there, and we have partners that like want to come into the market because they know the volumes at which we're buying from them and want to come a partner or open like a small factory or something, they can't even come in because at the end of the day, it's quite difficult. They don't even know how they're going to do the money. Yeah.
That's brutal. I mean, and the horrible thing, the horrible rabbit hole I don't want to go into is cryptocurrencies, fiat conversion. Like, oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But dealing with what you're dealing with in terms of not even really having a place to securely store your gains, I'm so sorry. That is that's so brutal because you're on the right track. You take your gains and you make enough money until you can self-fund your next product and do the financing on your own and reap all the reward. That's you definitely have the right goal. I was gonna say initially like, hey, just make sure you're being as cheap as you can possibly be and set that goal to self fund your next project as soon as you can. Um, typically is the way that conversation goes, but if there's a struggle for safety and security of even storing your funds, like I'm I don't even know what to say there. Except that I'm sorry. That's horrible.
Can I say something?
Of course.
Okay, so I think the banks over here, the indigenous ones and the multinational ones in the market, the key players, the CD banks, Standard Chartered, and Stanbic IBTC. These three key banks try as much as possible to say, okay, they want to work with entrepreneurs, but they're going for the elite ones in terms of how they would actually see that, oh, the volume of the kind of doing in billions of dollars, so they feel more comfortable. But at the end of the day, when it's like a small business that's actually just now we're dealing with like $50,000 and $9,000, then they feel like, oh, we're not making much profits. So the only thing they advise us is that we can inflow dollars into their account so they could actually save it for you and you actually would now have to find a way to trade with it and you can receive it. So they just keep it for you. But now the problem is one time CBN says we couldn't actually send dollars aside a particular amount. There's a limit to sending the dollars out. So now we became very confused like, oh, even if we have investors wanting to inflow these dollars in, we can't even take it out again to pay some of our partners out of the country. So it was a bit confusing because the banks themselves didn't even know what to do about it again. So that's why I was asking that if there were options to open a bank account in the US for small businesses here, that would be very good because there are many of them over here that actually want to just put their FX over there and then there's a bank that has to meet their needs and pay their customers for them or their partners outside the country.
And that's where you would have to speak to Nigerians in North America or Nigerians in Canada. Because invariably, the people who are doing that are going to be Nigerians, right? Like a lot of people start out funding startups just by sending like $50 here or $100 there. Does that make sense? And they're already in the process of just helping out their people back home. I know for sure, like a person who just gave the convocation speech at the University of Toronto for the graduating class is a Nigerian. Damn, what's his name? He has a company called Dream Maker Realty. One of the most like powerful Nigerians in all of Canada. And he's done very, very well for himself through real estate and has partnerships with universities to support Black founders in Toronto. So, you know, if we're looking for the right person, we have to find people who are doing this right now. And again, we have to keep in mind that a lot of the venture capitalists that were venture capitalists during the bull run are no longer venture capitalists.
Wait,
And that's
can
not because they're lying to you, they lost their shirt.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I really feel like this one of the things here. This is not like a mystic taboo thing to be asking for. A small business account for an international business owner. That's it.
It's
Sorry, I got
just
a
one of
phone
those
call.
things where yeah, no worries. It's the devil is always in the details. So for example, it'd be like, hey, you want to ship a laptop down to Ghana? Sure. Seems like a simple process, right? Until you're trying to get the laptop out of customs. And I'm not saying Ghana specific, I'm talking about any country, right? The path between the plane, the customs office, and your customer's hands is not as straightforward as we might want it. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, so I understand your what you explained last. Casey just actually did a very, that's what entrepreneurs need in our market. But I understand what you said about the logistics and trying to sourcing items into the market and actually getting it custom. I feel like for business owners who actually don't understand how that business process works, they'll always have the challenges of how to get it out with the customs. But for my business, it's not all that way. We don't have those issues already because we're doing it for like 8 years. So obviously, you know how to navigate the market with our product. I've had series of even my clients, like sometimes they want to buy something as large as 500 pieces of it. And I'm like, okay. So most of them really get concerned, like, how do I really do it? And these are my like trade secrets. I can't actually tell them because I'm actually using this to make money. And that's what I mean, really have to get these items there, you know, because there's a business person actually had gone through myself, spend time understanding how these things are done, and that's why people are paying me more money for it. So I think that okay, I could make margins on this a lot. Then I can bring in my partners I'm buying from outside the country down into Nigeria to say, okay, we could do manufacturing. But this is where I'm having a problem because I need to scale past the stage so that I can now move into the next stage. Yeah.
So what is it that your product is, if you don't mind me asking?
Furnitures. Yeah.
I believe, you know, the obvious obstacle is that to open a bank account, typically for a foreign entity, you have to have a license, or you have to have a business bank account. That means you need a business registered in the US with an employee identification number. But I'm wondering if there's any potential openings for the credit unions. And maybe if there was a credit union, that would be a possibility. Maybe.
Sounds like a problem for Bitcoin. No, sorry.
That's what I was saying. I'm like, dude, kind of.
It's a
I don't know if there
crypto.
was
It's
a
it's
whole.
where
Well,
Yeah.
the
hold on.
it's a
Hold
solution.
on.
Crypto is a
It,
solution for it, but it's
it's
also
already
caused the
here.
problem. It
How do,
causes a
why do
lot
you
of problem
think?
for it.
Why do you think Nigeria has some of the fastest growing place of millionaires on the planet? It was off partly because of the Bitcoin run up. Look how
And
many.
their digital entrepreneurship. I mean, they
Look,
tried shutting Twitter down in Nigeria, and everyone's like,
yeah,
"Fuck you!"
they're
Like we're
resilient.
on
So
Twitter.
just know that like they have done very well for themselves in trading Bitcoin, extremely well. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay. I would say, yeah, I like what you guys are saying because I know that Bitcoin is the solution, but since obviously over here we're not allowed to trade with it, so we're actually left as entrepreneurs to navigate how to make payments to partners that outside the country. I think another thing that might sort this is what Casey just said, but I don't know if it require registering the business over in the US again, having to have directors that would be like partner with me on the business, so their names are like directors on it, so that we can actually be able to control the funds. So there's no worriness about, oh, is the funds coming to me, because it doesn't have to. So we can use a particular bank to do this. So if we get a CD bank, maybe in the
So
US.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I'm just Googling this right now. There's 57,000 credit unions that operate in 105 countries worldwide. So I
Wow.
maybe shifting away from the banks and looking more to the credit unions
Okay.
might
Western
might
Union.
might
No,
might provide. Western
I'll
Union.
shut up.
But
It's
the credit
available in
unions.
Nigeria. I just
Shut
looked it
up.
up.
The credit unions might give you a little more flexibility there.
Okay, brother. Okay. 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 Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And also, Casey, maybe after this, maybe we could talk and with I don't know your names. I see, so you want to?
Yep.
Maybe we could have a conversation so we could take it up
Sure.
from there, and we can see how we could work around it. Because for me, I'm not really a greedy entrepreneur. I just know that this business model will really work because I said furniture is just one of the projects. I do a lot of gift items, like the corporate gift items for clients. And that's why the volume is like the large volume is because when they have a Christmas time coming and they have to buy stuffs, they have to share for staffs, and they buy a lot from me, so I have more margins in that. But this aside, that I also do remodeling for my clients. I remodel their office spaces and I do the whole furnishings for them. So they get a new office space, they want to set it up. Yeah, I do the whole remodeling. So those are the three main services I do provide. So it would be nice to see how to scale it up from this level where it is, because I have actually been like cracking my brains and like, what is it I'm not getting right? And I just knew that it was some kind of information and kind of guidance. I'm opening to work with people so that we can actually scale it up. I see that this model will really work for us in Nigeria and Ghana market and in Africa, because I've done my research and I'd seen that the distribution plan for me in moving these items were the same in every African countries. But the challenge was always the fundings and to scale it up and get it done. Because my partners want to come into the market so that we don't have to bring in too much items coming in. They also want to start purchasing items that are of good quality. But it's just really, really tedious for them because now they're feeling like, oh, we can come in, you haven't bought enough quantity we need, we can also come in, and it would be nice to just have some team around that I could work with and partner with and take it up big time. Yeah.
Definitely sent you a follow, just sent you a DM. Happy to chat.
Yeah, and on a curious note, I'm a amateur furniture builder. I built some pieces in my life, so I'd like to see some of the pieces. And maybe I'm a buyer. So if you can send me a link.
I will. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I will.
Nice. Nice. Good conversations. That's what these spaces are all about. Well, what else do we get on the docket, people? Anything exciting? Anything tantalizing?
This is pretty boring. I have
Mm,
something boring. How about something boring? I won't take
nice.
too long.
Nice. Go against the grain. Perfect.
All right. I'll try to be as boring as possible.
Ha!
So, we all know that we've been recording these spaces past 90 days, blah, 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 right? And so we have a lot of good content. But the content is lost in the jungle of 500 hours, right? And so Ahmed reminded me that I should begin with the end in mind. And so this is me beginning with the end in mind. Whatever we do, the output of the process is activating, emotionally enthralling, and exceedingly useful piece of content that generates revenue for the speaker.
To produce, say that again.
So the output of the process is a captivating, emotionally enthralling, and exceedingly useful piece of content
In order
that
to
generate revenue.
There, you just made a mission statement.
Beautiful. So beginning with the end in mind leads to the mission statement.
Yeah,
So
you always have the higher headquarters end state is the
yeah,
first thing.
the beginning with the end in mind is the end state definition. So my question, Zach, is, you know Stephen Covey's 7 Habits of Highly Effective People?
Yes.
So how would each of those 7 habits graft onto your doctrine? I want to have that as a thread. Covey is one matrix, and the doctrine that you have is the other matrix, the M doctrine, MDoc. And I want to know for every of the 7, well, he has 8 habits. He wrote the extra book. I guess he wants to milk it a bit, right? For each of the 8 habits, what is the equivalent military habit, or what do you guys call it? Right? So if I went online, one sec, and I go, come on.
Okay, so if I was just looking at my Quinza classes, right? The things that I'm building into, so I'm building a way in which I can take people through the idea of a program, right? Automated. The daily accountability can be half automated plus humans, and then the actual classes on the weekends are more of a review of the work, right? So be proactive
Be proactive is what?
Is take action. So I've talked about it in the space before, right? Is we do the flex your courage muscles so that action is your free action, right? You take. So in the NCO creed, we have a little blurb that says, "I will take appropriate action in the absence of orders." So if no one's telling you what to do, your first response is to take appropriate action. It's not to wait. It's not to plan. It is to take action. The key word there is appropriate, right? There is always, 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 always a set of actions that you can take that will not cause you to fail. You might stumble. You might only be able to go so far, but you can take some sort of action always. And so that's the be proactive, is like, you're not waiting, you're not planning, you're not sitting there waiting to be told. You will take appropriate action in the absence of orders, always. So
Okay. Be proactive means that I will take appropriate action in the absence of orders. Gotcha. Okay, so that's number 1. Habit
that's from
number
the Army NCO creed.
Habit number 2 is begin with the end in mind.
Yeah.
Begin with the end in mind. And what we just identified, go ahead.
Start with the end state from MDMP.
Start with the end state from the military decision making process. Okay? Now, habit number 3, put first things first.
That's class number 3 for Win the War, which is priorities of work. So when we go into patrol-based operations, every individual understands a set list of what the priorities of work are, right? Starting with, you're going to do security, then mission prep for the next follow-on mission, then improve your position, then cross-load ammunition and resources, then conduct weapons maintenance, then hygiene, and if you have time, you roll in a rest plan and a chow plan.
Set list of priorities. Security, keep going.
So security, mission prep,
mission prep,
position improvement, cross-load resources, weapons maintenance, hygiene, and then rest plan and chow plan.
Rest plan plus chow plan. Okay. So that is putting first things first. Habit 4 is think in terms of win-win solutions.
I'll have to think on that one.
It's okay. Let's put a pin in that. The next one is seek first to understand, then to be understood.
I think that's right. I think that goes into the reconnaissance.
Yeah, that is reconnaissance. Yeah, so that's fine.
You have to know the mission parameters and the enemy before you can before you can plan and
okay. Seek first to understand facts. What was that matrix?
Oh, so the running estimates, facts, assumptions, RFIs, and risks and limitations.
Risk plus limitations. And habit 6 is synergize, which is the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Is that maybe synergize or synchronization?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing is the war fighting functions. So the entire MDMP process cannot be done without all warfighting functions contributing.
All right.
Meaning without the logistics people putting in their piece, right? You can't get tanks into the battle if you can't fuel the tanks. You can't fuel the tanks unless your logistics people are putting in for the right resources. Well, you can't get those resources there if HR hasn't put in reef backfilled people, right? Well, you can't get those people if recruiters aren't doing their job, right? So it all is. There's different cogs, but not only that, but we have a process of next man up, where if anyone is to fall, that you are supposed to train one position above you, 2 positions below you. So I know what everyone 2 spots below me does and how to accomplish that and train it and certify it. But I also know the 1 position above me.
Gotcha. It's interesting because we do the opposite in business. We go to business school and then we become MBAs and we tell other companies how to lose all their money. Sharpen the saw is there's a story about a guy walking in the forest, sees a man, and he sees a man cutting down a tree, and he notices
he spends 6 hours sharpening his saw before he. I would say that this is twofold. I would say that this is number 1. It's about the process of planning, not the plan itself, right? So you can rush to have a plan, but it's actually the process of planning. Spend 6 hours doing the plan because the actual plan itself isn't going to last with first contact. Or the other part is that you need to, as an entrepreneur, right? There's a big thing is like, a lot of entrepreneurs come to me and say that they're ready to seek funding. They're ready to go. They're a wartime CEO. They're ready to do all these things, right? And I'm like, okay, so how much time do you spend going out? Well, I'm networking. Okay. Are you drinking when you go out? Well, yeah, I'm going out. Okay, well, then you're not ready. You're not a wartime CEO. I'd never follow a lieutenant who was like, oh, yeah, like I'm drunk while I'm deployed, right? I'd never follow an individual who isn't going and doing PT every single day, right?
So you're
Because,
saying that you are the saw that needs to be sharpened?
yeah, think
I love
about it,
it.
right? Is
Yeah,
like,
no, you're not wrong. I'm just saying. So the first stages, which is be proactive, begin with the end in mind. Be proactive is take action. Begin with the end in mind is mission, right? Setting the mission, the end state, desired end state. Putting first things first. So this is all managing yourself, thinking win-win, seeking first to understand, then be understood, and synergizing is leading others, and sharpening the saw is unleashing your potential. So if we begin with the end in mind, like Kavi says, his last habit is sharpening the saw. And so one is the process of planning, because no prototype survives first contact with the end user, no plan survives first contact with the enemy, but also recognizing that you are the saw. We think personal development is reading books.
yeah, I think that I would rearrange these habits, because I think 4 of them are about self, and then the other 3 are about what you're building. And I
What I'm
think
going
that
to do is I'm going to write a thread, right? And then we can hone it. But I think that for a lot of people that are older, they will understand Covey 7 Habits. But they've heard it so much they can't hear it anymore. Does that make sense? That doesn't mean it's not still relevant. We just need to reskin it.
Yeah, let me just dig in. Like I said, it's probably been about 6 years since I've read this one.
Well, the thing is, I've read it. I can send you the notes, all that stuff. So, like, dude, I probably read more about this stuff than most people because I was just trying to friggin' improve myself. That's all I was trying to do. Like for a long time, and just how do I get better because I feel inadequate, and I should have felt inadequate because I was. There was a reason that I needed to take in all of this information because I was just dying to do something with my life.
Some of these I can see as I could take these habits and turn them into like individual habits based on individual doctrine. So instead of MDMP, I could use TLPs because that's more of the individual level. So individually, you use TLPs, not MDMP. So MDMP is only used when you have a staff. TLPs are used when everything lower than having a staff with you. So if you don't have a group of experts for every warfighting function, then you use TLPs instead of MDMP. And so I could make this all work with just individual level doctrine stuff, which would be more of a TACSOP level stuff, whereas we're working with higher level ADPs, Army Doctrinal Publications, whereas TACSOPs and SOPs are more individual level stuff. But I also could take these habits and build organizational level of things like be proactive when in charge, right? Like I can do it based on leadership. I don't know. That's just how my brain works, is like I can see these and I can be like, oh, this is how you would do it with a team of 10 versus a team. This is how you do it with a team of 40 versus like each one of those things. Like be proactive. If it's an organization of 40, you delegate. Be proactive if it's a group of 10, right? Trust but verify. You delegate, but you need to go in and verify. When you have 40 or more employees, you don't have time to go in and verify everything, right? You trust that your manager is trusting and verifying, right? you have to then extrapolate based on levels. So it really just depends on who the thread's pointed at. Is it pointed at founders who have 5 or less employees? Because I can make a banger idea of associating it to them with different levels of doctrine. That's the thing with the Army, right? Is like I have all you need to tell me is what type of person we're trying to pinpoint, and now I know what level of doctrine to go into to build the frameworks.
Well, the challenge, I think, with most startups is that they are unable to niche down far enough to say something meaningful to someone. And so
You say they're not able to niche down far enough?
Because they want to help everyone. You ever talk to a startup founder and they ask them, who's this for? Oh, this could help everyone.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Win the War. Is like the reason we started with just accountability was we were like, oh yeah, that's the biggest market size is if we do accountability for everyone. And then we were just like, all right, let's go down to founders and entrepreneurs because that is the group that will get the most benefit the quickest, right? Self-starters, entrepreneurs, and startup founders really is our bread and butter. Once we can scale that, then we can build it to everyone once we have a process and we figure that out. That's the only reason we kind of focus on founders and entrepreneurs is just because we know it could help everyone, but you have to understand the lowest level tactical tasks, right? Like, hey, secure this city is the objective the brigade gives you. But you have to understand that if you are a squad of 5, you're not securing the whole city. Your job is maybe to secure one building, right? And then from that building, you establish a foothold in which the rest of your entire platoon, as you grow into that foothold, you can then extrapolate out to secure the whole city. But you need to understand.
Definitely more the beachhead idea. That if you want to enter into the market, you need a beachhead. And that was a military term. I think it's from Vimy Ridge, probably. You know?
Same thing with securing a city. You have to start with a foothold in a single room in a single building. And then what do? You finish securing that building. What can you secure that building with a team of 5? I could secure the building with a team of 2. Okay, then do it with a team of 2. Use the least amount of resources to secure as much as you can. Then everyone flows into that building. The power and resources grow. And now you need a team of 5 to secure the next building. Cool. Kick out that team of 5. They go secure the next building. Okay, you might need a platoon to secure the rest of the city. So you need to wait until the entire platoon has now gotten into your foothold room. And that's where you establish your base and then flow through into other places. So that's what we're talking. That's what I talk about with the war is right now we're securing our stronghold, our foothold in a city, which is the accountability and self-development, human performance city. Well, what's the room? Well, founders and entrepreneurs. That's our foothold, and then we can extrapolate from there and gain power.
What I'm doing right now is I'm just going through one by one and summarizing. So be proactive in your world is I will take appropriate action in the absence of orders.
There's a bunch of different ones.
There's a bunch that could, right? But begin with the end in mind.
That one's definitely like
desired end state.
Yep. And that's from TLPs, right? Whenever you get a mission or whenever you have something, you get a warning order before there's ever a plan. Hey, Mike, we're going to go secure a city. The reason is because you need to know what the end state, where you're going, and what you might be encountering so that you can start in your mind doing your own planning at the lowest level, right? Hey, babe, we're going to go to Disneyland next weekend, right? That's a warning order. So that way she can start planning, okay, we need whatever. We need to make sure that we don't have any spoiled milk in the house. We need to make sure, right? Like there is a planning process that goes through when you give someone just a heads up, right? That's all a warning order is giving someone a heads up. But it's the end state. We're going to go here. We're going to do this, right? Because urban operations are different than woodland operations, right? So depending on what it is you might have to do, there's some planning you might have to do individually or at the team level or the next level up. So, we're going to pivot to producing widgets instead of, we're blue widgets instead of yellow widgets. Okay, cool. My department doesn't care if it's blue or yellow. It's all the same. So I don't have to do anything different. But the guy who does the paint might have to change everything. So
Putting first things first. You said it's setting your priorities, which
yeah,
is
priorities of the patrol based priorities of work, which I can
okay.
send you that doctrine.
Yeah,
It's something that we haven't really gone through.
based doctrine of work. So first, secure your perimeter, prepare the mission.
Yeah, prepare for follow-ons because you don't know if it's permanent. Your patrol base is permanent or not, and it could at any moment they could say, "Let's keep moving." So you want to maximize that time for whatever's to follow on.
Secure your perimeter, prepare mission, improve position,
Yep.
cross-load resources. What do you mean by that?
So prepare. So position improvement is if you can build some sort of physical barrier in front of you, right? That's always it. Overhead cover things in front of you, make it look like you're a bush. So if the enemy does walk up, they kind of walk past you, right? You want to little things you can do very quickly to make it so that you are more hidden, which improves your security, right? So it's always going back to security. Cross load ammo, it goes back to mission prep. So mission prep is more of a mental thing, running through a checklist of what you need for the follow-on. The cross-load of ammunition and resources is like the leaders will go around and say, "Do you have enough water? Do you have enough ammo? Okay, you don't have any ammo, and you have the big gun. We're going to take ammo from these guys who are already in the back of it to you, right?" So understanding, making sure that you are your resources are where they need to be, because you have this moment. So a lot of people like their time, right? They're sitting there and they're on their phone, right, on Twitter Spaces when they should be working, and so they're not putting their resources where they need to be. So it's really just one of those checks where when you have the moment, go ahead and put the resources where they should be.
Secure perimeter. What do you call it? Mission prep?
Yeah. So secure perimeter is really what I talk about with clients is like, what is the absolute minimum thing you need to be doing right this second to keep a roof over your head and food in your belly? That's it. Most people think that they have to give 120% to their job when really they only need to do 80% so that they can take the other, percentages and put it towards what they really want to be doing, right? A lot of people put 120% into a job they fucking hate. Why?
So secure perimeter, prepare mission, improve position, cross-load resources. What's the next one?
Weapons maintenance.
Okay, weapons maintenance. The next one is hygiene.
Yeah, so weapons maintenance, we talk about what is your primary weapon system. So if you're a salesperson, right, what's your pitch? Are you working on your pitch every day? Are you practicing it? Or are you just like, oh, it's good, whatever? If it's, are you reading? Are you doing those things? Are you prioritizing that main weapon system? Once your main weapon system's done, are you cleaning and preparing with your secondary weapon system? What is it, right? Identifying those things that really kind of, if you're gonna hunt with, if you're gonna eat what you kill, what is it that you're killing with?
Head side kill the no. Sorry. What's the next one? There's two more.
So it's hygiene. So like for us, our feet aren't our primary weapon system, but they carry us everywhere, so it matters. So like what taking care of what matters. This is more of a, are you taking care of yourself physically, mentally, emotionally, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Do
And
small
then
things, right? Are you meditating? If that makes you feel better, are you prioritizing meditation at some point in your day?
physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual hygiene. Got it.
But see, like it goes in an order because you can cut this out and 1 day, 2 days. But at some
Mm-hmm.
point, then you're going to have to do hygiene, right? I can go 5 or 6 days without doing hygiene when I'm out there, right? But if I step into a puddle, then the next patrol base, I really need to get
Yes.
new socks on.
Yeah, absolutely. And then rest and chow.
Yeah, so I can eat a quick snack to replenish my body without eating a full meal, right? I can rest 10 minutes or I can rest 20 minutes and keep moving on. But what a lot of people don't do is they don't look at food and sleep appropriately. So you can go without sleep, but at some point, then all of a sudden you're like, well, now I'm gonna go and sleep in today for 3 extra hours. Well, now you just fucked yourself, right? Now you feel worse, right? Or chow planning. So a lot of people, they're like, oh, I don't have any time. Okay, well, are you going and spending 3 hours at the grocery store? Are you cooking all of your meals? Why? If you really don't have any time, then spend money on somebody else doing those things for you, right? If you have money but don't have time, start cutting some of these things, right? That you don't really need to be doing. Does it bring you joy to cook? Are you a chef? Then pay someone else to do it. Fuck it.
Think win-win. Have you come to an answer for that one?
I haven't, and the only reason is I'm
So let me say more words. Think win-win. The habit of mutual benefit. Effective long-term relationships require mutual respect and mutual benefit. Build trust with coworkers.
yeah. I think that's. I think that really that's.
Is there a relationship between headquarters and all the way down?
The other thing. The thing I would say is that, um, it takes all the services to win wars. Like you can't.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You need air superiority before the army can do anything. The army needs to secure the airstrip and defeat the air defenses so that you can have air superiority. So you really have to have, right? Victory is mutually exclusive on the battlefield.
So what I see here is synchronization that has a multiplicative effect.
Yeah. It doesn't. Honestly, his habit 6 and his habit 4 are the same.
How dare you? This is Stephen Covey, sir.
Sorry.
He influenced a generation of boomers and Generation X to build the companies that are now off the S&P 500. Sorry. Seek first to understand, then be understood is reconnaissance.
Yeah, you always start with information.
Which equals start with info, which equals the running estimates. This is an excellent chart we're building. Synergize is Synergize states the habit of creative cooperation. We already said that. Multiplicative synchronization. So maybe we can put that below. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Okay, so let me put a bubble around that, and I'm going to put that under synergize. Synergize is the synchronization that leads to a multiplicative improvement for the forces because they're now bigger than the sum of their parts. Sharpen the saw. The saw is your planning and maintaining your best weapon, which is you. Okay, got it. Let's pump it into a chart. Good stuff. And we could just, Stephen Covey win the war. There you go. Just as a means of onboarding people. Hey, Sandra, how's it going?
There's going to be a whole bunch of people that are going to come after me for bastardizing both the military and his thing. But what they don't realize is that I don't give a fuck.
Well, what would Stephen Covey want? Wouldn't Stephen Covey want more people to be exposed to his ideas? I think so. I think Stephen Covey would be interested in letting people know that, hey, see all those people writing books? They're just copying my shit, bro. Right? And invariably, Covey was probably copying the military doctrine. So, it's all great artists hide their references.
Hey, I wonder if I'm going to get $10,000 paid off for my student debt. That it just came out.
Yeah, man. That student debt is already gone. Believe me. We have content here. Yeah. Do you have a microphone, Zach?
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm doing is I'm trying to set up how does 8 p.m. sound? Awesome. We'll have more. 8 p.m. confirmed. Okay. So I'm doing something at 8 p.m. with some people, including Sandra, which is I'm just introducing some folks from the Syndicate to Christian Potenza, the voice actor, just to meet him. That's it. Right? And so one of the things that is stopping me from really monetizing this is that the audio quality that we have of what you're saying is not at the level that SiriusXM or all of the major publishing, you know what I mean, distributors need it at. Does that make sense?
I have a Professional Studios Blue podcasting and microphone.
Okay. So I'm gonna send out an invite to everyone who's here right now, and we'll just do a session, maybe half an hour. We'll see how it goes, right? See, you guys will get along, and I'll just introduce you guys. But I like the content that we create here, but the content we create here may not be the final thing that we monetize. It may be just the thing that identifies to us what is most resonant of all of our content. And then when we figure out how to really hone in on these answers, this Socratic dialogue, then Zach goes in the booth and really records this thing.
Have you looked at Sirius? I know that you do stuff with the comedy channels, right? But have you looked into the business channel on SiriusXM?
Well, it's one of those things where I know that if I have a handful of great ideas, I could potentially put it in front of the right person or people. And that's good enough for me, right? Does that make sense? So if we had an album, all right. So let's make sure you have the ISRC, UPC, and EAN code for those individual MP3 or WAV works of art, because that's your IP, right? Your WAV file is your patent, essentially. Like, you have to patent that, and that's what the ISRC code does. It is an individual patent for a WAV file. And that's how all of these people pay royalties. It's connected to your international sound recording copyright ownership code.
Well, I'm looking. So they have an entire. So Sirius XM Business Radio is channel 132, and they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 shows on this channel, and I feel like 8 shows is not enough for.
Oh shit! You just gave me an idea.
Yeah.
What if I put together the best of Zach, and we pitched it to the producers of these most popular business shows?
Well, I think that it's you know, that's one way of doing it, but you could also just have, right, the Syndicate. Like, why doesn't Jason Calacanis' Syndicate just have an hour, right? If he has a YouTube video of him having conversations.
Well, here's the thing: the way that you would put your the way that we might put ourselves in a position to have a show on Sirius XM, I've thought about it, is that we would need a major sponsor, right? Because, you know, the sponsors pay for the airtime, right? And say it's, you know, low 6 figures, let's say. So it is an option, right? But just know that that outlet is there, right? So, you know, so imagine this entire hour-long conversation essentially boils down to the fact that Stephen Covey's 7 Habits of Highly Effective People grafts on to win the war's doctrine, you know, the military decision-making process. And more than that, how to execute that in the fog of startup war.
Could you also send me a picture of what you just sent me? Because one of the things I'm working on too is taking all of these books that I have that have different like doctrinal theses themselves, and
this
then
this is the confluence of metaphor frameworks.
Yeah, I can present a book into military, but also can you go the opposite way? And then if I can do that, then I can go into my program teachings and create here's a book, here's how this book relates, order the book. So
let me just take a picture of this and let me know what you think. So I've been, I mean, you can probably hear in the way I speak, like I'm literally writing things down one by one by one. I think if I write it down on paper, I can type it out a lot easier. Be proactive. I will take appropriate action in the absence of orders. Begin with the end in mind. Desired end state. Put first things first. Set your priorities, aka patrol-based doctrine of work. Secure perimeter. Prepare the mission. Improve position. Cross-load resources. Weapons maintenance. Personal hygiene, spanning physical, mental, emotional, spiritual. Then rest and chow. Think win-win. The jury is still out. The next one is seek first to understand, then be understood. It's all about reconnaissance at that point. Start with information. Look at the running estimates chart and fill it out among facts, assumptions, requests for information, and risks and limitations. Synergizing is the idea that the synchronizing of your forces leads to a multiplicative impact on your ability to improve your mission. Sometimes when you synchronize terribly, you put a bunch of great people together and nothing gets done.
Well, so I think going think win-win goes to the idea of what kind of plan are you making? Is it operational? Is it strategic? Or is it tactical? And by that, I mean, right, you want to go political before you go to war. And so understand when it's time, like, to have a discussion and come up with a mutually beneficial outcome versus let's go to war.
So a diplomacy-driven foreign policy.
And I think that that's the thing, right? Is founders and startups, they don't realize, they say like, oh, like you said earlier, right? Like, oh, it's for everyone, right? Well, then if it's for everyone, then you're going to have more competition, right? And if that's it's okay to have competition, right? Not everyone's going 0 to 1. Like I said before, is most guys are going from 1 to 2. But I think that understanding that there's, you can have diplomacy between you and your competition, right? Like you can build something that, like you said, right?
It's more than diplomacy at the top because it's cooperation at the top. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But that's the one thing I can think of when it, like, with the way he articulates what win-win is supposed to be and his habits, that would really be in terms of war doctrine. I think it's diplomacy before conflict. Like the company Commit Action does something very similar to Win the War, but they use life coaches.
I see it. So, for example, let's say you have a contract in the business. Think win-win might be, how do you maintain strong relations with, if you're a carpenter, the people who are providing you lumber, right? Because you're going to need that lumber person to look favorably on you when maybe the price of lumber goes up, right? A lot of companies, are like Cho. I remember talking to the Ghanaian in the beginning when he was starting his electronic security business. And he was like, no one was willing to extend me credit. And because I could not get access to credit, I couldn't buy the electronic security systems that I would have to install and then get paid 90 days to 6 months.
Yeah, and then diplomacy before conflict, right? All of the countries that work together in NATO makes each country in NATO more stable, right? So us having the diplomacy between those countries actually makes us a more...
Hey, Julius Caesar said, instead of killing you, I'll tax you. You know what I mean? The idea is that there's this whole thing that I think maybe it's grind culture or whatever it is, that people say, yo, dog, you got to charge as much as you fucking can to everyone you know. And especially if it's your friend, fuck you, charge them double. You know what I mean? They're your friend. They're supposed to pay. It's like, well, not necessarily, you know? If, to be honest with you, if there's anything Machiavellian about what I'm doing, it's because I believe that by helping others get what they want, I might get what I want.
Well, and the other thing is a lot of startup founders, they like see companies doing something similar and they're afraid to reach out and be like, hey, what are the things that didn't work? Or better yet, companies that completely fell on their face, like founders that were working on something way back when and it completely failed. And now they're like,
Yeah,
why not reach out and say, why did it fail? What happened? I want to
dude.
do something similar.
You know what's so funny? You sent me that list of all of the people who are creating applications for Twitter Spaces, right? And Spaces dashboard I've used, Elo Analytics I signed up for, Zealous app I used, DireCon I'm still figuring out, Audio Labs I see what they're doing, and that's possible, and Flogen.com I'm in touch with the founder, and talk to the founder as transparently I'm talking to you right now. I'm like, this is what we're working on. Here's my background. Here's my hypothesis, blah, blah, blah. First of all, I love what you're doing. I could not have started this without your app generating the MP3s of the recorded spaces. So, like, I'm actively talking to these people because I believe that we can all build our own products and have them all get acquired, even if we do slightly the same thing. Because there's about to be a feeding frenzy on apps that do this kind of work in about 18 months. When we, 18 to 48 months, when we move from, bear to bull again. There will be a feeding frenzy. And right now we have the chance to build the things that will be devoured.
I wish I could get you guys an interview. Mike, it relates to what you said before. I have this high school buddy that we used to just like goof off together like idiots, and he went to arborist school. He ended up after he finished college, he started dating a girl that was in finance. So he went back, got his master's or whatever in finance, and started working for Merrill Lynch. And then one day he was just like, nah, this ain't it. Started up a tree company. He was lucky, like he had the situation. His stepfather invested $250,000, which in perpetuity the guy's making money right now. But he ended up just building out this tree company with in mind to not to be a tree hustler, to sell this fucking company one day. Now he's about 19 years in.
When you say tree, are you talking about marijuana? No, I'm just
Yeah,
joking.
well,
This guy was a real good arborist. Oh, that's
yeah,
very
like
slick,
went to
dude.
college for it. Could have went and played like tight end at
College,
like
got an
LSU.
apprenticeship.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but he ended up with the grade point average. He couldn't, it's the whole story. He's got a whole
but
story. I don't want to share other people's
no.
stories, but that's
I
what Twitter
think
Spaces is for.
I think
But
what you really nailed is that what I see people doing here is experiencing what Nas would call their second childhood.
yeah,
Nas has a song called Second Childhood. It's about a guy who gets out of prison, ends up doing the same thing he did before. A girl who has a few kids can't stay in college. The whole thing. You're just talking
yeah,
about the second childhood of us reliving elementary school and high school
yeah,
as adults.
yeah.
You see startup
So we don't
founders who
talk
are
that much
paying.
anymore. But
No,
what we do.
no, it's good. So, but
But
the thing is, here's the thing. Peter, who's a roofer, is creating AI art that is now world class.
yeah,
And if you ask Peter what he did when he was a kid, it was create art,
yeah.
not roofing. Does that make
Well,
sense?
no, this is my point of the whole story. Is when he started this company, his whole main goal is to build a company big enough, strong, and equipment enough to sell it one day. Now he hasn't sold it, and he's sitting on a.
But the reason he started the company is so
Oh, I
he
got a
could
call.
return to the thing that he loved before.
Yeah,
I always talk about a lot of startup founders. We talk about how 9 out of 10 startups fail, right? And then we never talk about how of those 1% of startups or the 10% of startups that do pan out, probably only 10% of those have the same founder in charge of the startup, right? Like everyone looks at their startup and is like, "Oh, Jeff Bezos isn't still
oh, he went through
there." And
He went through 100 guys in
yeah,
20 years. He had
and think
100
about
guys that were reliable
yeah.
guys. He built the reliable, like you were saying before, like the solution-based people, not the people that keep bringing you problems. People that take the problems on themselves. And he pays
Well,
them really
most
well.
of
He pays
these
them really well to do it. That's why they stick around.
most of these startups, the founders are great founders, but they're not the person to grow and scale it after a certain point. And they have to be ready to say, I need to sell this so I can move on to the next project because this isn't for me.
Dude,
Yeah, well, he's
that's
at the point too. I wanted to say this to Mike before. He's at the point where I was actually just talking yesterday to my other friend. I'm like, yeah, he's a professional vacationist. He's a professional wine drinker. That's what he does now.
the thing that I realized with Ron and Zach and essentially Kappa helped introduce us to Ron is that I told Ron this yesterday, which is if I'm good at anything, it's in the founder identification. I am not the holder of all startup scaling doctrine, though. That is not me. But if you want to do that, I'll continue with doing what I'm doing as long as you do that. Sounds good? And he's like, good. All right, break.
Yeah, it's what I just said is like you have to have all warfighting functions working together to have a good plan. Most people just don't have all the warfighting functions together.
And I think one of the other things that they mentioned was that the intergenerational passing down of stories that are authentic is so important, and we're about to lose it across a bunch of industries. Like a lot of the really hands-on industries like plumbing, network cabling, even. All these things that are invisible that go into every commercial industrial building. All of this savvy is actually leaving the market, right? Fucking Brian is going from electronic security to, about to write his real estate license. And so what happens to all of that invisible blogs that will never get written down? We need to retain that information. It's crazy how much is about to be lost if we don't retain it.
I'm fucking bored and I couldn't sleep.
What's going on, Brad? We've been talking about quantum gigonomics.
Well, whatever the fuck you're talking about is boring as shit and it's not helping.
Oh, what do you
Wait,
want to talk? What do
if
you want to
it's
talk about?
boring as shit, it should probably put you to sleep.
Yeah,
nice.
you would think so, Zach, but obviously not.
So you're saying we have to be more boring?
Did you trade today?
You're solving Bitcoin in Nigeria issue.
No.
What's wrong, Genesis? Are you all right?
Oh, nothing's wrong. I have insomnia.
Oh, I know. You have to talk to me. That's like my superpower. I can like put anyone to sleep who's got insomnia. It's true.
What would the Sandra lullaby be? Do you have like a nighttime story?
I talk about property law.
I think Casey would be up all night.
You fill me in on variance issues and no, I love it.
Right. No,
I love property law, so you might keep me awake.
Can you give us a
It's
sample?
almost as
of
much
the,
fun as constitutional law.
Well, no, constitutional law has much more narrative to it. Sandra, can you give us an example of like really minutia property law?
Well, I could go on and talk to you about variances and easements.
Mixed use developments.
And exactly. And shared property lines in terms of, what to do if someone, like, for example, the partner that I worked for at this big law firm, he bought a large house that had a long driveway. And people, before he came along and bought it, people would park like on the driveway because they had nowhere else to park and their houses were there. But no one ever bothered to get an easement or to make it official. Just people did it. And it was down at the Jersey Shore. So he basically sued all of his neighbors to stop them from using his driveway because he didn't want people parking alongside his driveway. So basically, he ended up surrounding himself with people who absolutely couldn't stand him because he wouldn't allow them to park next to their own properties because of his driveway. So he ended up having all sorts of interesting problems and ultimately ended up selling the property because of him being such a dick. And there you go.
I got a question. Are you familiar with the Revenge House in Long Island?
No, I'm not. What's that?
Okay, so when David Tepper, John Corzine got his promotion over David Tepper, so then David Tepper made his $4 billion trade and became a superstar in his own right. He tore down John Corzine's house in Long Island and built this obnoxiously gaudy house. So one day it's coming up on 3 years, I got a jury duty notice, right? And it was like right after my mom passed. My mom loved that shit. She loved murder cases. As soon as she got jury duty, she got her notepad. She went to work. And I'm like, I'm in Patterson. I'm like, don't give me a case that's like just some horrible family court case where I'm going to like go home crying. So
Right.
it was this designer that they hired. And she was a big designer in New York and rappers. And she was just this older white woman. She was just aloof, like an interior designer, like from like designing women back in the day.
Right.
Right. So she ended up ordering the furniture, like $400,000 for furniture for it, just for the furniture. And I was like laughing in jury duty. I'm like, I'm looking at like a $600 couch, and we're nervous.
Right.
But then they ended up getting divorced. Tepper and his wife got divorced. So he ended up screwing everybody over. I could imagine the kind of people that got screwed over, contractors out there.
Oh man.
Yeah, he totally then he bailed. That's when he bought when he bought the Panthers and went down to North Carolina. But so I'm sitting in this case, and it's because her niece was a lawyer, so she got her niece's law firm involved, and had like they did so much work. I think the total bill was like 54,000. So then the contract obviously after all the interest, it was up to like 112,000 she owed this law firm, and this was some hotshot guy from Newark, in the old FBI building over there.
Right.
He seemed like an asshole, but probably has a really fun barbecue, down the
Oh
street.
yeah.
Like you definitely want to go to his house for the barbecue. But so we just had to make the choice and said, you owe the 54,000. You don't owe the interest or the payments. You just owe the law firm. You hired them. You shouldn't have hired them if you didn't have the money to hire them. That's the constant rotation that's going
Right.
on. But yeah, it was just interesting because as soon as I got in there, like I knew people, down in North Carolina. I knew about them, but I'm like, Jesus Christ! And I was actually trading Intelsat, the satellite company at the time. They were fucking. He. I don't even know what happened. Like I don't understand how like $30 million just goes away. But
Well, I'm
you
sure
know,
there's plenty of interesting ways that happens. I mean, ideally, you hire a firm on contingency, and you say, hey, if you get X amount of money for me, you get a portion of that, as opposed to, billing them by the hour. But
yeah, I think she gave him some minimal like retainer. Like it was nothing. And you felt bad for her. She got screwed over by some fucking guy. He screwed everybody over. But you're in the wrong. You hired the law firm. You
oh
owe,
yeah,
you
no,
owe them.
they
Yeah.
have a right to,
So you felt one of those like you felt bad for her. She was like totally in space. She almost started spilling the juice about the divorce, and she was like, "Tell us stories." The girls were more interested in the stories about the whole divorce.
Well, I mean, that
He was
might
worth
be,
like $7 billion. He made a
yeah,
trade
I
for like
mean,
$4 or $5 billion. He made on one trade. It was like the record or something for the biggest trade.
well, that doesn't mean that you have to pay your bills necessarily. It doesn't mean that just because you make all that money, you actually, do the responsible thing. And the thing is, you get a judgment, but you still have to collect on the judgment. And
Yeah, yeah. And
often
then
that's the
this was
hard
just a
part.
woman that lived in like Mahwah, New Jersey. She did like interior decorating for like she had a nice portfolio of stars, but I felt bad. She was getting like screwed, but and then obviously she had the insurance, and she would just have to pay the restocking. But this was like 400 grand in custom furniture just for
Yeah,
like the one of the rooms. I mean,
it's
Jesus,
it's rough.
the one percenters, man, they really take advantage.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we don't know the story. Like, we
Not
really
everybody.
don't
It's an
know.
individual. Yeah, it's an individual.
But I
There's
mean, there
plenty
may
of.
be a reason for that. Maybe there was a dispute between that person and
No,
the
I heard the
designer.
accounts. No, I heard the accounts. He shut the whole construction project. Like he screwed over the contractors, like everybody
Well,
building the
yeah,
house,
that's true.
because he just stopped when he got the divorce, and then I don't know what. And that was like three. That was right at the beginning of the pandemic. That was when I was in jury duty. That was the first time I saw somebody wearing a mask. I was like, what the fuck? Here we
Yeah,
go.
well, New Jersey is pretty populated, and in densely populated areas, COVID tends to be a lot more prominent. And I recognize that science evolves, and until we know what the heck is going on, I know that even today I'll wear a mask if I remember. I'll wear a mask into a store, and I see other people wearing masks, and I don't feel bad, but at the same time, I think that if you don't want to wear a mask, then that's up to you. But anyway, did we put
Coming
Dennis?
from
Did we
the
put
Sorry.
Brad to sleep? Is Brad awake?
Yeah, Brad, you sleeping yet?
coming from the perspective of a former professional criminal, I embrace the mask. I'm so glad I can go places like federal buildings and banks with a mask on. It makes me feel free, and it makes me feel pretty and witty and wise.
Cool. I like that perspective. But in other places in the world, people wear masks anyway, and it's not that big of a deal. Like it's considered polite, especially if you have a cold or something, to wear a mask.
Also, you can mouth all kinds of fucked up shit at people under your mask. You can
That's
just be like,
true.
you can just like smile with your eyes, and they just be mouthing the words, "I hope you fucking die in a fire, you fucking prick."
See, we put you in a better mood, Brad, didn't we? Maybe.
Oh, I'm in a fantastic mood. I just wish I'd have slept.
Oh.
I don't like it when I lay down for like, I laid down with my eyes closed and listened to the air pressure change in the room for like 4 hours. And I was like, nope, this is it. I'm done with this. This is fucking stupid.
Can I ask you a dumb question? I really don't know. What do you mean air pressure changing in the room?
Oh, I'm really, really sensitive to pressure changes.
Yeah, I
So
am
like,
too. I know what you're saying.
yeah, like if the blind moves, even though I can't hear the blind move, I can feel the air change in the room because something moved.
Wow, I had no idea that people were that sensitive.
Yeah, I'm not that sensitive. That's pretty intense. But if the door closes or whatever,
Yeah,
Oh,
doors closing. If somebody
I
walks
can
in the
feel.
room, even if they're fully silent, I'll know someone walked in the room and how big they are.
do you consider that like a superpower or just a norm?
No. I mean, I guess it was a superpower when people like were actually after me when I was younger, but now it's just hypervigilance and it keeps you awake, it keeps your brain turned on. I also have to identify sounds. Like if I'm laying in bed and I hear a sound outside, I'll sit there and think about that sound for however long it takes for me to visualize in my mind what made the sound. So it's definitely not a superpower.
That's. Do you put like something on your ears to block the sound, or you just deal with it?
No, because if I do that, I'll listen to the sound of my heart beating.
Oh, got you. Wow,
Yeah,
that's
it's
tough.
6 in one, half a dozen in the other. Yeah, it's annoying. I'm not trying to bitch or anything though. It's fine.
Well, I understand. I weaned off like 6 months ago. I had to wean off melatonin. I was taking that like gummy bears, and it was helping. But then I had to stop. But just do what I do. Just watch old, I don't know, old Disney revamps, like the new Disney movie, the TV shows that are like from old Disney stars.
Yeah, but if I listen to
I've been doing
Disney,
it.
if I listen to Disney while I'm asleep, I might wake up and hate Jews.
Yeah, yeah. I guess that's why it's subconsciously
Can't
there's
afford
a.
that kind of risk,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, you're right.
I already hate enough
Watch. What
people.
about Golden Girls?
There you go.
See, then I'll just spend all night jerking off.
Yeah, no, it is weird. It's a
No,
whole
I
nother
listen to
space. That's a
audiobooks.
whole nother space.
I listen to
Yeah,
audiobooks,
that's cool.
usually written by physicists. Like,
That might be too much. That might be you're like thinking too much about that.
well,
Is
sometimes
that,
it pisses me off because I disagree with half the shit they say.
yeah.
But most of the time, I can tune that out, and it's just like it sort of becomes like the Peanuts mom, in the cartoon. Wah, 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 wah.
Right, right. That's wah 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 wah. Maybe I should just. Maybe what I'll do, Brad, is I'll make you a tape, like an audio cassette or something of wah 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 wah. Wah.
You
Would that help?
know what I haven't tried that I just thought of though, because I was thinking about the Peanuts thing.
What's that?
Listening to audiobooks in a language I do not understand.
That's a great idea.
Bro, I listen to Korean spaces sometimes just to hear the conversation.
Bro, I listen
Like,
to Korean rap music because it's dope.
Yeah, just to listen to the yeah. I'm all. I was in the Mimi Sisters. They're the original. They're the original K-pop,
Dude,
K-pop alternative.
you know what I stumbled on the other day on Apple Music? They have the top 100 for every country in the world.
Oh, wow.
Well, every country in the world that has Apple Music, I guess. So the number one song the other day in France was a rap song. Um, I don't know how a French rapper can have any credibility, um, but the music was dope. I assume he was talking about getting bread and smoking cigarettes.
That's the south of France. They're
So yeah, the South of France. I'm from what is it that Saint Tropez? I'm from Saint Tropez, bro. My yacht was only 35 feet long. My dad was the vice president of a company. I'm from the hood, bro.
There you go.
So now I'm just gonna wait for everything to open so I can start doing the fucking people things and oh fuck, I have to do a thing at 8 o'clock tonight too. God damn it.
Oh, you're going to be along for the ride?
Future me is always a problem. Well, sorry, past me is always a problem for future me.
Why is that? What do you mean?
Oh, he agrees to things that future me does not want to go to.
Ah, well, that's the two should meet, right? You know, like, yo, past me, what's up?
Past me feels bad for blowing off my social obligations. So past me has a tendency to agree to social obligations. Future me still doesn't want to fucking go, same as last time. And future me wants to punch past me in the face, both for being depressed and not having any friends and for making plans or any kind of arrangements to make those friends because either thing is exhausting emotionally.
Well, how about Brad? If you feel that way, instead of not going, you contact me, and I will either be really angry and yell at you, or I'll be super cheerful and cheer you like a cheerleader, and then you can decide between the two whether or not you should still go.
just randomly trying out different kinds of reinforcement.
Yeah,
friendship is hard.
it is hard sometimes because
Making friends an adult is hard. I've found.
I think so. It depends on the person. I mean, sometimes you meet someone who's just so different than you. It's just you have to adapt, and you know, sometimes people can't do that very well.
I mean,
But we're all
my
friends.
problem is I believe that I have a different definition of what friendship and loyalty is, and it's not compatible with 99.9% of people's definition of those words. And because of that incompatibility, I'm consistently let down by their behavior.
Well, how is it different? What do you mean?
I mean, for example, people won't return favors that you do for them. Like, they'll just take from you infinitely. And then when you need something, you can go fuck yourself. I mean, that's a pretty common example. It's kind of cliche, but it is true. Um, and because I have autism, so like, I'm really uncomfortable with lies. And when other people lie to me, I notice it nearly 100% of the time. And if they lie to me with intent, and what I mean is like, or lie to me by intent, I suppose, but like tell me that they've got my back, and then when I need someone to have my back, they fuck me off. That's a lie. They lied to me. So I can't, in my brain, I can't like smooth over that kind of lie. People lie all the time and it's normal, but like that goes into the list of shit that's important. You don't get to lie about that. Like, you know, if you take somebody into a foxhole with you because they said they would fight, they would be down, and then when you get in the fucking foxhole,
they're like, I forgot to tell you I'm a pacifist and I don't really do fight. Well, fuck. Now you're in the foxhole with a dead person. Either they're going to get shot by the enemy or they're going to get shot by you. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I find that most people don't intentionally lie. They just don't realize the fine nuances or the detail, and then they end up doing it by accident. But it doesn't look like it's an accident; it looks intentional.
Well, I have a what's it called? Like a kind of coworker partner kind of thing, and he's a compulsive liar, and it's just the most horrendous thing. It's like I don't know what happened to him, but there's definitely lies, and then there's people that are lying, and it's definitely like a big difference. And I do a lot for him, and I always get promised, over promised, under delivered by him, and it's like, as of we're speaking right now, my text messages are blowing up because he needs something, and it's like when he needs something, it's almost like that narcissistic kind of sociopathic kind of thing. That, that's
Do you
yeah,
attract those sort of people?
yeah. Well, I do because he's really, I'm gonna say it, he's really just terrible. But
Well, why are you friends with them then?
we're not. We work. We build. Like I trust him on the job site with my wife. Like I know, like the so for. But again, it's also I've cut that tie. Like I cut the rope. It's probably hanging on by a little thread, but
yeah.
But yeah, no, there's definitely people out there that just lie just for no reason. Like just
I
fucking
had
lie.
a friend in college who lied like that, except he would never lie about anything that was like important to me. Like the shit that mattered, he told the truth about. Like
Yeah, just like made up like stupid lies.
Yeah,
like
dumb shit, bro.
stupid shit.
Yeah,
Like
stupid shit.
I know, man. I'm just like, what the. And Katie always reminds us of somebody that we knew when we were young, when I was younger, that also did the same thing, which I wasn't aware of because I didn't know that person like that. But some people just, I don't know, it's just weird fetish. I don't know.
I think it's because, obviously it's a self-esteem thing, right? It's got to be coming from a place of I don't like who I actually am, so I'm going to create a person that I want to be or I wish I was. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what's happening.
And then they're kind of dumb,
where,
so they can't remember their own backstory because they're stupid.
Yeah.
So they tell a different backstory every time.
Yeah, it's funny. What's up, buddy? All right. Yeah, it's insane. But I just, like I said, I know how to read it. I know how to see it now, and it's just funny to me.
I mean, sometimes you have to accept that this is going to sound, I guess, conceited, maybe, but I don't consider myself a conceited person. Sometimes you just have to accept that you're way above the baseline, and most people are not. So they may just live their lives in a swill of lies and sit on the throne of lies, and they don't even realize it because they're just not, like, all the dogs are not barking.
He's in a new relationship every 2 years, 3 years because of that issue.
You have to be.
He's constantly, but he'll never be by himself. He'll wait until he meets somebody else, and then that blows up, and that relationship blows up, and then he goes and meets somebody else, and then that lasts. So it's like he meets somebody. It's so weird.
Well, you can't have. I'll tell you what. You cannot have a stable relationship if you are that kind of person. Because about 2 to 3 years is how long it takes somebody to figure out your lies.
Yeah, and I've been working with him for 10 years, maybe more.
Yeah.
So I blocked him, Sandra. I've blocked his number, but then I needed him or something.
Well, right.
It's shit. Yeah, and I know we do, and it's hard to trust people as far as doing the work. Like, like we were talking before, there's not a lot of people willing to.
What do you do?
I do like masonry design, like patios, walkways,
Oh, that's
block.
cool. That's cool.
I used to do bigger stuff like foundations and stuff, but during the pandemic, I just scaled down to pretty much myself and whoever was around to work. But no, we're
I
growing back
applied
though.
for a job in entry level labor for a mason company. They did bricklaying and concrete pouring.
Yeah.
I didn't get the job, but
Oh,
I think I'd have been good at it. This was a long time ago.
it's hard, man.
In my
It's
20s.
hard. I work like a cop now. Now that I'm older, I work like 10, 12 days and then take like 4 days off. I can't keep. I started when I was like 30, so I could do it, but but just it's with anything. Just stay consistent.
Yeah, dude, I couldn't do that kind of stuff now. I just turned 40 in June.
Yeah, I'm 45.
I mean,
so.
if I'd have been doing it
The next 5 years is
for
going to get way
years,
worse, Brad. If you think it's
Yeah, I'm 50. I
Brad,
hear
if you
you.
think, was it your birthday, Sandra?
Right. It was my birthday, August 15th.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I missed that. I remember you
happy
said it.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, big 50. Oh, boo-hoo. I
Yeah,
don't
my
know.
sister just
Wow,
went.
3 days away from Sandra.
My sister just did it, and my brother-in-law
Wow,
had a
Sandra,
party with
you're 3 days away from Allie's birthday.
No way.
Isn't that crazy?
August is the month.
So, if you don't mind, guys, you know how I had, to Brad's point earlier, the most boring conversation on the planet with Zach? Can you let me know if that infographic unboringed it, or at least made it simpler?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
looking at
Mike,
it now.
happy birthday to your sister, by the
Oh
way.
yeah. So we're in the same.
Awesome.
You're my sister.
Aw.
My brother
Cool.
Mike. No, we just So it's just. I think my brother-in-law had a Rubik's Cube. It's an '80s cover band. Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
My
dude,
god,
that's
they were
amazing.
so
great.
good. They were so good. It was like just the most like awesomest band like to have. So if you ever hear of them, Rubik's Cube, I think
I'll
it's
check
spelled
it
with
out.
it. Yeah.
Dude, that sounds like a band that I fuck with. Like that
Oh,
sounds
bro,
like
they were
a band I would just listen to all
like,
day.
and my brother and I went down to help set up. I mean, it was like just to be there when they were setting up. It was a full on production. Like they set up.
I'll bet they got some cool fucking vintage things, don't they?
Yeah, and the toys and all the shit that they had, the outfits they were wearing, everything.
When was this? In the 80s, 90s?
Well, her birthday was February 20th. So my brother-in-law just popped a tent and had this picture of my sister from like 1985 with the big hair. He made it like poster size.
Hilarious.
But yeah, this was just last February.
Yeah, I think all women have like the big 80s hair, like if you're from that
my
era.
god, it was wild.
With
The hours.
Aquanet.
Yeah, the hours. What was the purple one? The Aussie. The Aussie hairspray.
Right. Aquanet too. I remember Aussie. I remember that.
Holy
Right,
crap.
Aquanet. I
It
probably
take like 2
single-handed.
hours to get ready. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. But the hair, it was like to the moon, It
Yeah.
was like way out there.
And it was
Crazy.
the higher you could get it, the better.
Exactly. Why is that? I never understood that. I'm like, my
It was
hair
just
is
a
like taller
weird
than
time,
me.
no?
Right, it was.
We were too young, though. I mean, when we were older, like the end of the 80s, 90s, but like the late 70s, early 80s, that was a weird time.
It
We were
was.
too young. We didn't understand. We didn't get it. We were like trying to understand it. But
Right. But I remember Axl Rose with like the big hair.
yeah.
Dude, I have an Axl Rose story.
Oh, you do?
Awesome.
Cool.
Well, like I was living in Lafayette, Indiana, and I was taking guitar lessons. I was like, he was like 8 or 9 years old, and Axl Rose was from Lafayette, Indiana, and he's from somewhere around Lafayette. My guitar teacher, I guess, was like, he knew my guitar teacher, and he happened to stop by my guitar teacher's garage. He did his lessons in the garage, and like to say what's up. And he was a fucking dick to me as a child. I was a little kid, and he was a fucking asshole to me. And that's the only thing I remember.
I think
about
that's his
Axl
thing.
Rose. Being mean to children.
Wait, hold on a sec.
Oh, by the way, Mike, your infographic looks good, man.
Thanks, man.
And by the way, I would separate the points into 3 phases.
I like that.
Like planning, reconnaissance, and deployment, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, that's another dimension on it, right? So,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave that with Zach to let him roll around his head because I know like things are going off. I just want to be able to see like because I think his doctrine subsumes all other doctrines in a lot of ways. Like when
Where
you
did
hear
Zach
it,
go, by the way? Did he work?
yeah, probably he's probably being the person we need him to be for the country.
Well,
Hey,
you
Zach,
know what?
I am defending your freedom, you fucking asshole. All right, stop that.
Well, you know, what's left of it anyway.
Hey, Mike, can I try something? I don't want to distract you, but hold on. Mama, take this badge from me. I can't use it anymore. It's getting too dark to see. I feel like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door.
You think that song is about being mean to children?
I don't know.
Great rendition, though. That was really good, Mike.
You
You
guys
did.
started talking.
No, I
You
did.
guys started talking. You guys brought it up.
I think Sweet Child of Mine and Knocking on Heaven's Door are about being mean to small children who think you're
Yeah, he must have.
superhero.
He's somebody. Stephanie Seymour hurt him so bad he never recovered.
Dude,
I
you
saw
know
her
who
at a
was
museum.
not mean but is also from Lafayette,
Oh,
Indiana? Shannon Hoon from Blind
yeah.
Melon. He lived across the street from a kid I went to
Oh, wow.
church with.
Yeah, he was
Yeah, he had Rottweiler puppies and his girlfriend made us lemonade.
nice.
Pretty great. It was pretty great. We had no idea who he was though, because we were
Yeah.
Christian kids. But yeah,
Yeah, that's what the best part is. Too bad. That's a sad story.
Cho has their hand up.
Oh, okay.
Hello, guys. Hi. So I had to quickly come back because I was in a meeting, so that's why I had to leave. But I just wanted to say a big thank you to So You Want To. Also, I want to say a big thank you to Casey, to Zach, to MB. I want to say thank you to everyone who has tried as much as possible to give out whatever information they could give to an entrepreneur. Yeah, that is like helping someone out. It's not how long you live, but it's how well you live. And I want just to say that I really do appreciate it because entrepreneurship over here is like building from scratch, and we all know what it is. And for every referral, for every word of encouragement, for every research, I really do appreciate it. I don't take it for granted. I feel privileged to have had this information because I know most people want to hoard information and feel like, oh, I just get it myself. I don't want to enlighten others. But for you to have opened up your heart to be able to give that direction, I tell you, it's worth more than a million. For every directions you have shared with me, I wanted to say thank you. I really do appreciate it. And thanks a lot because it just really made my day. I knew my business would have actually scaled up more than this, but I just hadn't met the right team that was willing to work with me and for us to get it going. So I just wanted to say thank you so much. Twitter is an excellent space to meet wonderful people, and I want to just say God bless you. Don't stop it. No matter how many people will say you sound boring or whatever it is, you're touching lives.
It's just, no,
Okay.
it's just me and
He's
Sandra when we
boring as
talk.
shit,
It's
Cho.
me and Sandra, the lead boring people on Twitter.
It's not my
No,
fault he's
listen,
not
Cho.
entertaining.
As far as as far as I'm concerned, I'm a big supporter of Nigerian Twitter, like Niger people. Like the world, just be patient. The world is opening up through these channels. There's so much growth ready to happen. I think Nigeria is ready to explode. So just be on the head of the curve, and it's you are. Just reach out to as many people as you can because this happens every day. People just reach out. So God bless you and your family too.
Thank you. So, guys, I got to go because I'm rushing. I'm in the meeting. I just had to come back to say thank you. Thanks a lot. God bless you. Bye.
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 I'm sorry, Mike's boring.
I'm
Totally.
sorry.
It's not that I'm boring. I'm just always really high. And
He's
when I
not
get
boring. You're
when
not
I get
boring.
high, I kind of just don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So
You're not boring.
I'm high all the time. That's why.
yeah, but you react different to it than most of
So,
me.
question: Does the fact that someone is high affect the fact that they may be lying to you in your eyes? Does that change anything?
No.
High on what? Weed? No.
No.
High on heroin? Yes.
I
But do
mean,
you think that it changes one's ability to recognize an intentional liar from a non-intentional liar? The fact that perhaps you're high.
I think it affects everybody differently. It's not a
Right.
very easy question to answer, but
It makes it sometimes difficult to watch TV because you're like, oh, this is terrible acting. You
oh
ever,
yeah,
you
it's
ever have that
fucking
happen? And
awful.
it's like, it's the worst, dude.
You
Dude.
miss like 3 lines. You don't even know what they're talking.
Every new sitcom,
You watch the show,
Yeah.
but you're only every other
It's like, you
6
can't
lines.
handle it.
The commercial comes on, you're gone.
But Brad and Mike, if your ability to judge something is altered by a substance, do you think that alters your ability to recognize an intentional liar from someone who's not intentionally lying?
The thing is, my job for the past 20 years has been lie detection.
I know, but are you high when you're doing that?
Not necessarily.
Okay, well, I'm asking them a question. My question is, do you think that if you're in an altered state, that affects your ability to recognize an intentional liar from someone who perhaps is not intentionally lying?
No, I don't think it does for me.
Okay.
I think for Brad, he would be right, but for me, maybe because I get aloof and I don't pay attention to as much detail as when I'm not. So
I'll tell you what, it has an effect on it. It has an effect on me bringing my wallet places.
yeah, I mean, it's definitely a performance enhancer. So maybe it's something. Depending on Brad, could be more attuned to seeking out liars than
True.
you know.
I mean, it's
Right.
always law of diminishing returns at the end of the day, right?
I have a great example of marijuana as a performance enhancing. So in high school, I used to throw discus. That's the only thing I did in track. I would just like go throw the discus and like leave. So after,
And you grew up to marry a woman.
yes. No, listen. I was a star football player. Like,
Got
I was a champ. I was the monster, bro. All the cheerleaders, I got them. So listen, listen. So I would go and I'd have the coach would come like an hour after school was over. So I would go like hit a ball and I would go throw this discus. I would be like killing it, like breaking world shit records in practice.
I bet you're
and they could
super
never
good at disc golf
understand.
now.
And then the meet would come and I didn't smoke, we just went to the meet and I would be the fucking worst. Yeah. I was terrible. And and the coach and my one friend who was the captain of the team with the coach, they used to like try to figure it out and like joke about it, like talk about it. And I'm just like, I don't know, man.
I don't know, man. It's definitely not
I don't know.
me needing to take 10 minutes in
I was
the
like
woods.
throwing like Olympic fucking scores in practice. And then like the meet, I'll be all stiff and tight and, But yeah, Sandra, I guess it just affects everybody different. Because, there's times where I'm like, not that I'm constant. Like, I take my breaks, but, I'd say for the majority of my life.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we all, recognize that we have limitations, even when we don't want to admit that. We all do. Yeah. And I worry. For myself, I try to be as honest as possible because you know why? Because I feel like most people are far more intelligent than I am. So what's the point of not being transparent and honest? Because, and I really don't have anything to really be dishonest about anyway.
Yeah, that's it. That right there.
You're living a recruiter's life. I'm telling you, when I call someone and I talk to Brad, you think I understand anything or quantum dynamics or the moving, indices that you might track to get some sort of insight on the future? I know nothing about thermoelectric power generation. I know nothing about the military or, financial reserve blah, blah, blahs. But I know enough to listen and answer questions. And apparently that's good enough if you do it honestly.
Oh, absolutely. But I do love to learn. I love to think about the
Yeah,
way people think
that's
about
it.
things, and I think that's
That's your superpower. I'm telling you, most people don't want to learn. They're afraid of learning because they want to
yeah,
cement
for
themselves as
sure.
experts.
Yeah,
For
it takes
sure.
a huge person to be able to say, I don't know.
Oh my God. What? I don't know is the
Oh
rarest form
fuck!
of speech on the
I
planet.
forgot that Allie's not a person in the room. She's in the room with you. So when she talked, I was looking for a different bubble person, and I couldn't find him, and I was really confused.
Dude,
I
a year and a half later, I'm still doing the same shit. Year and a half later, I'm like, she got on Twitter? Is she on Twitter?
Yeah.
Oh no, she's
It's
right there.
like the back signal. Somebody's misinterpreting biology.
It's a Canadian thing too, because Alex and Farrell do the same thing. You'll be listening to Alex, and all of a sudden you'll hear Farrell like in the background. You'll hear Farrell talking, and you're like, "What?" So it must be a Toronto thing.
Farrell sounds like a wild Pharrell.
Again, I think she's always really high. She's our stoner lawyer. She's our stoner lawyer in Canada.
And what's the latest?
Hey, so it's just another day in Westeros. Fuck, God, it's good. It'll be fine. I found a whole bunch of other information in the background, and yeah. So.
Wait, what information? I need to know everything
I'm
about
for a
everything
job.
always.
I'm trying to get a job. I'm trying to get this one job, and in my industry, I work. I've been working in the agricultural industry. We'll say. Yeah. So and it's transitioning to legal. Okay, whatever. It's marijuana, and everyone is legal now.
Man, I would have never
legal and
guessed it
corporate.
based on your obfuscation there.
Yeah. So myself, I'm I'm moving on up. Right.
Yeah,
It's time. I've been in this industry for over 10 years. It's my career. It's time to get into corporate because unfortunately, much to my chagrin, that's the way it's going, right? That's just the way it's going. So
I sold my weed business in 2017.
Yeah,
as soon as weed became legal in Oregon.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly when you should have gotten out. Yeah, that's a good move. But as a person who works in the industry, you have two choices. You either leave or you go, or you move into that side, right? So I'm moving into the corporate side.
Which corporation?
Cookies, trying to.
Oh no, not Burner's shit. Does he still run that?
Oh yeah.
Oh fuck, that guy's a fucking sexist prick.
They all are.
Oh, I fucking hate that guy though. He's such a dick.
But I know, but they all are. Like you can't. Again, he's gonna be dead in a year because he's got terminal. I think it's known he's got cancer, like terminal cancer.
Normally I would feel bad, but this time I'm
so it's beyond him, right?
Yeah.
It's beyond him now. Now it's a full on.
Do you have to work with him though? Like if you get the job?
No.
Oh, thank God.
No. Listen. There are now. I mean, there are places all over the country. Legal places now. Huge growing operations. So so you got to pick a side, not a side. You got to pick. Look, they're all sexist, disgusting pigs. All of these guys, on the top. How do you think they got there?
The weed business
they got there, right? But it doesn't matter. Like, if it's him, if it's like, listen, it's all bad. But I mean,
so anyway, about the job.
Anyway, but we go on. But anyway, so in this, as you know, this industry, it's a little fickle. So not fickle. The people suck.
I'm in Jersey. I'm in the belly of the beast. You don't got to fucking explain that shit to me. These people are fucking terrible. 30 $30 grams of 21%.
Right.
Like I was in Ashland, Oregon one time in 1999. I handed this guy $50. He came back with these 2 fat bags of weed. I handed one back. I said, "I'll take this one." He looked at me stone cold. He's like, "Dude, they're both yours." I was like, "Ah, okay." I could tell later on he was chinsing a little bit, but I was out there like 3 weeks, so I know the difference. And like here, it's so bad. We're yearning for fucking good
No, yeah,
weed.
I mean the quality. I mean, listen,
Yeah,
look,
northwestern
with
Canada, Oregon.
corporations
That's
with corporations coming in, it's going to be shit quality, right? Because they're growing quantity over quality. So like, if you want quality, you have to go find your like local, like hippie dude who still grows, out of his garden and buy that weed.
well, Ohio. I know Ohio. When they had the vote come around, they voted down because there was only like 5 people that were running the whole cannabis industry in Ohio. I think Nick Lachey was one of them. So they actually voted it down.
Wait,
Like
you
that
mean
might.
Nick Lachey as in like the dude
Yeah,
from
Can
he
you
was
hear
one of the
Boyland?
everybody? I can't
main.
hear anyone.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I
Can you
You're
can
hear
not
hear
me?
you.
missing
You're rugging.
that. Just
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Microphone
So what'd
check.
you find out in the background, Anna?
Oh no. Okay. Well. Well. That's on again a personal level. So my boss, the person who's supposed to put me, hey, I've got this person. You know what I mean? She's perfect for the job. You know what I mean? She wants to move there. She wants to just change. She wants to get out of LA. Like she has been. It's just she's been trying to collect people in the team to say really bad shit about me. And then she literally cut me out of a job like today and yesterday.
Wow.
At that person's house who I would have to be, like you know what I mean. She's cutting me out
Fuck that
because
shit.
yeah,
Look,
yeah, yeah.
here's what
So
we're gonna
I'm
do.
just gonna go
Here's what
straight
we're gonna do.
yeah.
You're gonna fucking get down on your hands and knees behind her, and I'm gonna push her down, and then she'll fall over you, and it'll be fucking hilarious. That's what we'll do.
Exactly. There we go.
And if she has files, we're gonna dump her files.
Everywhere.
We're gonna dump her
So
files on
so whatever.
her
I'm just gonna
files and her
yeah,
computer files. We're gonna dump
yeah.
them.
I'm just gonna bypass her because I just am because my resume stands on its own.
Bitches ain't shit. Right? That's
No,
why.
exactly. So like I'm just gonna bypass her, not even gonna put her down as a reference, put him down as a reference because he's the one that hired her to hire me, and I already worked for him 100 times. You know what I mean? So I'm
There
just
you go.
gonna put him down as a reference instead of her, pull her name off, and she can go. You know what I mean? Like she's like this is a dirty business I work in for real. Like I know everyone says that about their business, but like this is dirty.
No, I work in finance, and weed is worse.
Oh, we just, I mean, it really
Yeah,
is. When they
and I
say it's
can tell
another
you
day in
exactly
Westeros,
why.
it's like,
I've
I fucking survived today. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I've thought about this a lot. I can tell you exactly why it is the way it is. Because weed has been relegated to a mildly gangster activity for so long that now that it's legal, a bunch of fucking people who just really got lucky by not being in jail at the right time, now they run companies and they think they're fucking gangsters. But see, real gangsters operate by like an actual code of conduct.
Yeah.
And these dudes don't because
No.
they're not real gangsters. So they're just creepy, shady fucking fucks.
Yep. That's my industry. You know what I mean?
Hey,
So like, yeah, this is, yeah.
If I
hey,
had
We
to
need to
start a
and
transition.
weed
I need to do
company, I'd
something
be in
else.
prison for
I'm
murder.
well. I wanna hop on the code of conduct thing here real quick and ask AM. Is it cool that I'm taking your photo art and doing the AI conversion thing?
Don't just the only one I would rather you not do is any ones that I'm selling.
Ah, there we go.
Okay, so any ones I'm not selling, like
There
go
we
ham.
go.
You know what I mean?
Cool.
But any ones that I'm actually selling, yeah,
Yeah.
like yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
kind of like I started because it blends so well with that AI art program. I'm like,
Oh,
oh,
dude,
this
they're
is a
fine. No,
treasure
I just wanted
trove.
to tell you, I've been in fucking Westeros for the past 2 days, so like I haven't been able to be on Twitter or anything, and I tell Casey it's fine, but just
Cool. All right,
any
'cause
other art, yeah.
Roger that. I'm glad I asked. Okay, cool. Thank you. Code of conduct.
Of course, yeah.
Hashtag don't do
Go
bitch
on.
shit.
Yeah, so it's rough, you know what I mean? It's rough out here right now because like I want out of LA. I've been in this one group, or I've been in a couple of groups in LA. And you know, they're going legal too, and I just don't want to work for that person anymore, right? I want to go over to another group, so to speak. And there's just massive growth, dude. Like I just see it for me as an opportunity for me just to end my weed career, you know, on a high, so to speak. You know what I mean? Yeah. So validate all the fucking
By the
horseshit
way.
that I've had to go through in the last 10 years. Like fucking dealing, you know, like running, you know what I mean? Getting fucking thrown up against the wall, handcuffed, you know, machete incidences, like fucking having scissors thrown at you. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like let's fucking take all that bullshit and just put it in
Yeah,
a nice
and
resume.
that's just a Christmas party, you know?
Yeah. I mean, Jesus. We've all got a million stories when we work in this industry, and they're all a lot of times fucking, if you tell them to like in real, like real people, or not real people, but like people outside the industry,
Civilians.
they look at you and they're just like, what? Like, what? But you know, we also choose what we do, right? We have a choice. So I obviously enjoy and have enjoyed working in this industry. So I'm just gonna try do a couple more years, you know, legitimize all the bullshit, and then
I enjoyed recruiting. I
yeah.
did not like working for recruiting agencies. Does that make sense?
Oh, 100%.
Right? I
Yeah.
hated everyone around me, but I liked what I was doing, but I couldn't do it with them. Right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, you ever work for someone and you actually don't want to see them succeed?
Yep.
It's not a good position to be in. And if
No, it's
you're in that
not.
position, you have to
It's
extract yourself because it's going to compromise you. It's just like in all these crazy ways. And they can't compensate you enough money for that headspace.
exactly. So I had to make a choice yesterday. I was just like, that's it. I'm removing, you know what I mean? Just like
Well,
psychically, I
I
everything
mean,
from it.
it's kind of a testament to your talent, though, that there are two ways to have the tallest building: build one or tear everyone else's down. And so the mere fact that somebody finds you so interesting that they might be trying to get in the way of an opportunity, I think is a sign that you're worth, at the very least, attention.
No, yeah, thank you. Thank you. And yes, 100%. You know, my again, like it's very strange. I had this, you know, last week when I was forced to put my resume together for the first time, but it gave me absolute more self confidence, honestly, than I've
Right,
had
because you
in a long
had to
time.
put down your own accomplishments and actually reflect on it for the first time in like 20
Yeah,
years.
and then actually speak about it because I have a friend over here, and I'm like trying, you know, I'm trying to talk about my resume as in sitting in the room practicing, you know what I mean? So I'm like I'm trying to verbalize all the things, and then once I verbalized it, I was like, wow, holy shit, like that's awesome. You know what I mean? And I've never honestly said that about myself, about, you know what I mean, in that way.
And
We've
Mariah,
seen
I
it.
think you're fucking super dope, double awesome.
Oh,
Yeah.
thanks, man. But
The
you
way
know, it's difficult when again, like in the maybe it's the industry I'm in. We're never sort of reevaluating ourselves like that. You know what I mean? And we never have to, because we get in these positions where everyone knows what we've done. Like there's no resume. You know what I mean? But so but now I got to move somewhere where nobody really knows me and knows what I've done, and you know.
Are you staying in the weed industry? Or are you gonna go
Yeah.
do a totally new thing?
No, I'm gonna stay in the weed industry. I'm gonna
Okay.
try. Yeah.
Yeah, that's insane that you came in with like 10 years in the industry. Of any industry, it's just evolved so much in the last 10 years.
One thing, I'm just going to point this out there. We can get back to this conversation. So, I want to do another session with Lincoln the investor. Maybe in the next. It doesn't have to be 2 weeks. It doesn't have to be a month. But I'd like to do one in the future. So if you guys know of any actual businesses with actual monthly recurring revenue that is actually doing something in the real world, yeah, I can maybe put 3 or 5 of these startups and introduce them to Lincoln over 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
Do you know Josh?
Which one?
Call of Duty guy.
No, I don't think so.
He co-developed Call of Duty. His name is Josh something or other. He knows Ruben. I know he knows Ruben.
Oh, Josh, is he with Mind Active? With Ken Granville?
No, he's doing. Fuck me, I'm sorry, bro. It's right now.
It's all good.
It's a fucking blockchain project, but it's really good. It's actually the only good blockchain pitch I've ever heard.
Suffice to say, we just need 3 to 5 people who will not waste Lincoln's time, and you're the only.
It's called Rug Radar, and I
Rug
think they're
Radar. Yes.
I think they're
yes, I've heard of that.
Built.
Yeah. So if you guys know of anyone, just put out a message. They can just look up if they want to learn about Lincoln. Google his name. That's it.
You know, that shit is still up in the air.
What do you have to do to bring it back down to earth?
There's nothing I can do now. I'm just waiting for the
yeah, you just sit back.
Yeah,
it's good. The thing is, the process tells me that this is going to happen. To me, I'm not super concerned when. Right? If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I've already made peace with that. Like, you have to make peace with that. You know what I mean? Like, really early on, or you'll just get thing. But when it happens, fantastic. We have achieved the next step.
I met this really good Nigerian furniture maker that needs help with logistics and products.
Oh no, I already told her. Then I told her to send me a term
sheet. The sweetest person. She seems like
so what I told
passionate.
her is, I told her, send me a business plan, a term sheet.
Fair enough.
I think I'm gonna rebrand my Amazon merch account. By the way, selling a shirt reminded me that it exists. Point being, I'm going to make Syndicate fucking shirts and shit.
Nice.
Rocket ships like going down.
Like that Syndicate thing I sent you, Mike.
Oh my god, can we get squad jackets?
What's that?
Well, just Syndicate squad, but like we all have jackets, like jackets with like the Syndicate on it.
Yeah,
that's what they're talking about.
Jackets.
No, I know, I'm listening. I'm like, he said t-shirts. I'm like, can we get squad jackets?
Yeah.
That'd be so fucking cool.
We have to get those like green, you know, those sick green bomber jackets from the military?
Yeah. I want to wear a bomber jacket with the Syndicate on it.
And then you have it's the green from the military, and then the black trim on the wrists and the waistband kind of thing, and the collar, and then you have the thing on the back, maybe something on the wrist,
and feeling
something on the
and then
lapel.
we have each of our names.
Yeah.
You know, I see.
I own an LLC and an Amazon merch account. Let's go.
I seen Cameron one time. Cameron had an Exxon. He had a pink Range Rover, and he had this leather jacket on that had the cards sprawled across the back. It was the sickest jacket. I don't even know what else.
First of all, a pink Range Rover is the dopest shit I have ever
Cameron, bro, we pulled up to the Exxon. My friend was like,
Cool.
My friend was like fanboyed. He was like, he was like breathing heavy. I'm like, dude, what's up? And he's like, I turned around and it was just a deck of cards sprawled out, like every card, like just sprawled out, like you know how they lay them out. It was the sickest jacket. Dude, I was like,
I have camera on TVs.
and he had a pink fucking Range Rover, bro. I was like, is that Mary Kay? No, I didn't say that. It was pink. I also saw it had to have been Jason Kidd and his wife, like in his prime, like year 2000. He had a Mercedes with pink tint. It was pink. The whole tint was like the sickest shit. It was tint.
Hey, what's going on? Sorry, I just want to say hi to Joda. Hey, what's going on, Joda? What are you saying? Joda, you there? What's going on?
This is very misleading for a guy with an angry pointy finger for a PFP, Joda.
I know, and I was really hoping to hear his Scottish voice. Let's go, Joda. Come on.
Dance for us, Joda. Dance for
Come
us.
on.
That is so Indian.
Oh,
Oh my god.
I'm from Scotland. I'm Scotland. We
What
make
the
the
fuck?
potato.
Stop.
No, that's not Scottish. You don't like my Scottish accent? Oh, Brad, how are you? You Bitcoin? Oh, fancy Bitcoin. Oh,
That's not
fancy.
bad.
Bro, it feels extra racist when you do it.
Dude,
even
I'm
though
Irish and
you're
I don't
right.
even, I'm Irish and I don't even try
Look,
Irish
the
accents.
only reason you're upset is because I have melanated immunity. I can do this. Oh, Brad, why are you upset for this? You're getting mad. All you do is get mad. You're just getting mad. Mad at you, mad at me, mad at everybody.
I waited so long for you guys to accept me into the chat that I left my phone and I had another part of the house. So don't worry about me. I am very fine. Do not be denigrating the Indian accent. It is very disgraceful. Dirty bastard. Also, shoot your fucking mail to my country. How are you? How are you? Disgraceful, crazy Americans. How are you?
Oh, you fucking cat.
Shoot your mail to my country.
That's my best impersonation of an Australian. You fucking cat.
Dude, the weird thing is, like, my Conor McGregor impression is the worst impression I can do, but everyone seems to love it.
Bro, you sound like a Scottish person eating their phone. I can bear like there's a bad connection, but it sounds pretty cool actually.
Right, I wake up on an average day, right, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, from I don't know, at least 50 to 100 American women saying, "Oh my God, I love your accent, dude. I swear to God, man. I swear to God."
For sure, bro. For sure.
Yeah, I have visited America. I have been there, and I'm like,
It's so funny because on one hand he hates Americans, but on the other hand he's proud of being able to attract American women. It's
it's not hard.
It's fascinating.
It's not hard, to be fair. And whoever said that, I do apologize. Americans are dumb as fuck.
Yeah.
For the most,
Well,
for the,
I mean,
for the most part, there's.
look, we were so dumb we had to take over when you guys gave up the reins.
Listen, dickhead, I have got 2 sitting.
We really do appreciate you giving up the reins, though. We do, you know, without you holding the reins for us to take over, none of this would have happened.
I have 2 sitting United States judges who follow me after having
you have 2 judges that follow you?
Yeah,
Wait. Where the fuck are they following you to? The bar?
No idea. We had a chat.
Brad, you need to respect Joda. He has more than one judge following him, That makes him
Bro,
very special.
anybody with a Scottish accent that fucking thick, I'm not fucking with him. He's
Correct.
my friend.
Yes.
Wait, you
That
think
dude,
you think
you
he's
know
snatched?
he sounds like those dudes who throw like, they throw like telephone poles and shit. It's like
Right. Genesis.
like the Village Olympics or
Genesis.
whatever the fuck
Have
it's
you not?
called.
Yeah,
So you're
the Village Olympics.
honestly,
I think it's a show at the Edinburgh Comedy Festival. Yeah.
the Flemish building, that's actually pretty reasonable reason to know that exists. However, ask me any question you like, and I will tell you the honest answer. And I'll say it in the Scottish accent or an American one, whichever's easier for y'all.
Wait, do your American one again. Let me hear it.
I can do it. What part of America would y'all may do, my friends?
Oh, bro, that is not great. That's as bad as my Scottish accent. We got to work together. We got to help each other out.
Hold on.
Try doing a southern one. I'll bet it sounds better.
Well, if I was to do southern, I'd have to go a little bit deeper in my voice and my vocal.
Oh, that's way better.
Yeah, that's correct, dude. Now, I didn't even remotely get close to a Scottish accent like this. I swear to God, my friend, we'll be friends forevermore.
Well, I'll tell you what. She's got a smackable face. I don't know, man. I'm too high. I can't do it. I could do a really good Indian accent, but
no,
I don't have the melanin, and they took it away from me.
No,
I can't.
I have enough melanin. I can bestow the temporary ability for you to explore your local ideas.
And my life,
Proceed.
and I don't think I will.
Oh, hello. You come into my store and you never buy anything. You come into my store, you look, you pick up this, you pick up that, you look at everything. I think sometimes you're stealing, but I cannot say that you are stealing because you are African American. Get the fuck out of my store.
Man.
If you are not going to buy anything, get the fuck out of my store.
You sound like a poo from Simpsons.
Yeah. No, it's a pretty good impression. I like it.
Not bad,
Jamie, as a person who has lived,
I'm from Toronto.
As an honorary Scotsman, right? Hear this. Don't come to my shop. You come in here, you're taking a piss. Honest to God, you're coming
All right,
here.
guys. Here's the thing. You guys sound like Buster Rhymes trying to sing it.
Bradford as well.
You guys
just
sound
say
like
we sound like Buster Rhymes?
You guys sound like Buster Rhymes trying to do a Jamaican accent. Have you ever seen Buster Rhymes do a Jamaican accent? It's the worst, dude. So,
I can't do a Jamaican accent, bro.
Here's something that we're going to try, Joda. Whenever we meet together, what happens is you end up posting. And while I do appreciate your interaction, there are other people with us, and I would love, for example, I've never heard Jamie speak. I'd love to hear Jamie speak.
Jamie,
how would you feel about us listening to Jamie? Is that okay, Joda?
Do you know what? I'll actually introduce you to my close personal friend, Jamie. Please speak.
Hi, Jota, and everyone. How you doing?
How's it going?
Oh, good. It's another person from the Europes.
The Europes, yeah. Jamie, please tell these cunts why I'm such a great guy.
Why you're such a great guy? Well, you like me for a start, so immediately that's a tick in anyone's box.
Yes. By the way,
what else do you need to know? If you like me, you're a great guy. That's it.
Cool, Jamie. I'm actually, I swear to God, right? Maybe only you will understand this. I'm literally going to have haggis, snakes, and fatties right now.
You know, my Australian buddy would say, and I don't know how you guys are in the Europes, but I think Australia is basically like the Alabama of Europe, right?
Did you say the Europes?
Yes, there's more than one Europe. There's North Europe, there's South Europe, and there's Eastern.
What is he talking about, man?
Australia was basically a place that Britain invented to go and throw all their criminals.
Jamie, see while I'm cooking my haggis, can you please fucking stereotypically as a Scottish person?
All right, Joda, we're gonna try this again. I know it's very difficult. When you have the ability to speak, that you would want to speak all the time. It's a natural thing to do. But when we are among adults, what we do in conversation is we have someone speaks and then someone else speaks. And then one person speaks and someone else speaks. I know this is a foreign concept, and it's probably why you had to lose world power and hand it off to us, because we know how to have conversation with two people.
Oh my god.
And so
How
what
can
I'm
you be
asking,
racist against a white guy? That's amazing.
oh man, here's the thing. I have a window of opportunity for the next 10 years where I have
That
like
was a
immunity.
Scottish slur.
All right. And so, Jonah, what we're going to try here today is we're going to practice listening to people like Lauren, and Sandra, and Brad, and some of the other
No,
people
we're
here.
done listening to me.
And so, see, do you see the power in that? We're done listening to me. Oh my God, there's power in that. You have no idea.
Nobody should listen to me. I don't
So,
even know why I'm talking.
all I'm going to suggest, Jonah, is that we might enjoy. You might enjoy yourself even more.
Right in Joda.
You might enjoy yourself even more if we listen to what perhaps Lauren has to say, or Sandra. How would you feel about that statement?
More than happy.
I think the Scottish guy's about to beat the shit out of you. That's what I think.
Yeah, correct. I'm more than happy, but you sound like some sort of fucking self-serving god from America. Just
I am.
All you had to do was say.
I am a subservient god from America, right?
See, if I was in charge of
See,
this chat, I would say,
this is kind of what I'm talking about. You see how it's so difficult for you not to speak? It's very powerful to control power. And when you have the ability to speak, you see that as a kind of power, and you kind of use it kind of like it's almost like an animal who discovers fire the first time. They're just like throwing the fire everywhere. All I'm gonna say, Joda, is it possible that we could listen to other people speak? Is it possible if we listen to other people speak? Is it possible if we listen to other people speak? We're going to try that together.
Yeah,
We're going to make some progress together, you and I. We understand how it feeds an emotional something that you need. I understand. A lot of people go to stand-up comedy for therapy, not to make people laugh.
What is wrong?
We want to continue to have you among us. We actually want to continue to have you among us. But in order to do that, we're going to have to let other people speak. How do you feel? Is that something you think you can do? Or do you think that's something that you have to work towards?
I swear to God, I can do that, no problem. I will put myself on mute. 10 seconds. I just want to ask Lauren what her friend's name was from last night. She seemed like a really nice girl. I'm on mute, motherfucker.
What's up, guys?
How's it going, Lauren?
Shut the fuck up, Lauren.
Genesis, don't use that language with me.
I'm sorry. I take it back.
That's a bit brutal.
I take it back.
Hi, Lauren. I won't swear at you.
Thank you, Jamie. I appreciate that.
Good morning, Queen of Crystals.
I don't have hardly any crystals, but good morning, Genesis. How are you?
Well, you don't have to have crystals to be the queen of them. Do you think the queen has all of the British people at her house? No.
Yeah, she does. We did Buckingham Palace. Didn't you get an invite?
Yeah, everyone just showed up one day.
We just turned up.
What's up, Mom?
She was throwing a garden party. We all turned up. Why not? Essentially, we all live in her back garden anyway, because she owns the whole country. So, essentially, we all live in the Queen's garden.
You know what the most mind-blowing fact that I learned about the Queen was? Is that
she's a cage fighter?
Well played. Well played.
Just imagine that was actually true.
But she was like kind of a beast in
I
World
would
War
pay
II, though,
folding
right?
money to see the Queen in a cage fight.
Like, I'll bet she fought somebody in World War II, bro. Somebody got punched by the Queen of England before she was the Queen of England. That's all I'm saying.
Michael Fagan shagged the Queen.
Or was she Queen when she was in the war, guys? I don't know.
Mike Fagan.
No, she came 52. She came Queen, and the war was ended in 45, didn't it?
Yeah.
She was a nurse.
Google,
She was a nurse.
Google the words Michael Fagan shagged the Queen.
Can't understand a fucking word this guy says.
Sorry, Google the words Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, Fagan, F-A-G-A-N, fuck the Queen.
Okay.
Good, Google that shit.
I will do that when I'm.
I don't give a fuck.
I'm sitting on the couch now.
You can be sitting in a chair. I don't care. Just Google that shit.
I'm really proud of you, Joda. I know that was difficult. Good for you.
I'm watching
Good for you.
Was he the guy that broke into Buckingham Palace?
They fucked the Queen.
Oh fuck! Is that a real thing?
Yeah, boy. Michael Fagan, fuck the Queen.
Really proud of you, Joda. Really proud of you. Now we're going to try to do it one more time. We've done it one time for a good maybe 60 to 90 seconds, and I think that's real good progress. Let's see if we can do it for another 60 to 90 seconds. How would you feel about that?
As stereotypical as this is going to be, I'm literally going to eat haggis right now. So
So let's try it for another 90 seconds, because it was funny. Like when on mute, they were actually able to come up with a joke that made people laugh. So what we're going to try next, Joda, is let's go for another maybe 90 seconds of not so much silence, but in enjoying what other people have to offer us.
Other people bore me, right? But at the same time, carry on. Apart from Jamie, he's an honorary Scot.
I think you are ethnically required to hate the British.
Who's that?
Why?
Yes.
Apart from me.
Like the whole William Wallace thing, right?
Well, haggis, I am blue.
I don't know. Did y'all ever patch that up?
Who? Which country?
Scotland and England ever patch up the whole like William Wallace thing?
No.
All right.
Yeah, when Mel Gibson made that very accurate movie of exact. There's a statue of Mel Gibson in Stirling. Seriously, there isn't even one of actually William Wallace. It's Mel Gibson.
Statue of a de facto Nazi.
That's actually really funny. That's a second funny thing. That's a second funny thing that happened after Joda was on mute. This experiment is working out pretty great. I love you, Joda. I just want to hear other people too, but I do love you.
Stirling is one of my favourites in the whole world, apart from that one statue, and it's been defaced so many times because Mel Gibson really.
He fucking sucks, right?
It's the dumbest thing ever. It's so stupid.
He should have stopped when he made whatever the fuck the shooty action guy thing he did. What was it? Die Hard?
Lethal Weapon? Is that what that was?
Lethal Weapon. Yeah. I get those two movies confused. They're basically the same movie, Lethal Weapon and Die Hard.
Oh no, because Die Hard's actually quite good, and Lethal Weapon kind of sucks. And they made like 11 of them or something ridiculous. And is it Danny Glover that's in them, who did nothing other than Predator 2?
Yeah, but that was a really great performance, man.
Predator 2?
Yeah.
The only good thing about Predator 2 was the end scene, which spawned the whole Alien versus Predator thing with the alien skull in the back of the ship. Other than that film sucks. Oh, and there's some boobs at the start. That's pretty much all that happens in Predator 2.
Yeah.
But I don't need Predator to be Shakespeare. I need Predator to be Predator. You understand?
Yeah, Predator 1's cool. running around the forest, killing
Predator
people,
1 is
going
amazing.
No,
anytime.
Predator
Yeah, that's
1 was
way
a
better.
masterpiece. I agree.
Oh
The
my
second one
god,
sucked.
dude!
You're right.
Predator
The second
1.
one was bad. It was
What?
objectively bad.
No, you look. Everything that happens after the initial one, beyond maybe Godfather, because we needed the second one, is like. Do you realize, like, after you make the first one, you have to make the second one?
You have to.
You have to.
Yeah. They already paid for it. You bought the yacht. You have to make it. Like, do you know how many motorcycles I have saved in my fucking Facebook marketplace right now? I can't not trade the Bitcoin.
19-year alley like wants a Ducati so badly.
Ducati?
I want a
Oh,
Ducati.
come on. It goes fast. Oh, you want to go fast?
I want
You
a
want to go
super
fast.
hipster motorcycle. I want to get like an 80s or a 70s cafe bike.
So, do you want to get to the chopper?
Get to the chopper. I can't do it, man. I can't do it.
I just wanted to connect the motorcycles with the Predator. Carry on.
But yeah, Predator 2 did suck.
It was one of the worst.
And you're right. Die
that
Hard is
last
objectively a
one
better
bit
movie.
Even the worst Die Hard one, which I think must be Die Hard 5, because the rest of them are reasonable. I quite like Die Hard 4. I must confess. I thought
Which
that
one
was
is
quite
that
good.
one?
That's the one where it's in the city and they're in a truck a lot of the times, and there's
and they make him wear the sign.
Oh no, that's Die Hard 1. That's the first one. Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, Die Hard 4 is the one where Timothy Oliphant's the bad guy, and there's helicopters, and it's like a terrorism thing. They hack into Broadlawn and take over
is it the one where he takes down a helicopter with a car?
Yes.
Yeah,
that one.
I like that one.
And he goes, "I ran out of bullets."
Yeah. Kevin Smith makes a cameo in that one.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's the nerdy IT guy, isn't
he? Yeah.
Did you ever hear Kevin Smith's Spaces? I was in a few of his spaces.
No.
I actually was on the timeline, and he actually acknowledged. He said, "Oh, Mike's," or something. He said something stupid, but yeah, when he first Clerks came out, he had a space. He doesn't do it a lot, but yeah, it's funny. That's why I'm here.
It would be cool if Kevin Smith just like hung out on Spaces.
Yeah, he had one. He didn't bring anybody up. He just promoted. He just talked. He didn't bring anybody up to talk. He just opened and was like talked for like. He talked for a while. Just kept going. And I think I asked him if. Oh shit! What was his name? Berserker. Boris? No. What the hell was his name? The Russian guy. Berserker. My love for you is like a truck berserker. You want me to be making fuck berserk. Olaf,
yeah.
I asked if Olaf was going to be in it. I still haven't seen it yet, so I don't know.
Would you like to make a fuck berserker?
Did he say make a fuck?
Yeah.
I think Kevin Smith directed Die Hard 4.
That's amazing.
All right, guys. Today was good. I think we had a good time. Joda, I really enjoy that we could have you back after yesterday.
Mouth, you cunt.
I know
Hey, Mike, I have a hot take real quick, a hot sports take. How about this? I got to get back over here, but so let's say the U.S. Women's national team and the Canadian women's national team made an all-star game.
No one cares.
I think there would be any Premiership, Scottish Premiership team, men's team in the league. So
well,
I'm glad that what we were able to do today was to be able to invite Joda back in and to be able to have a positive interaction with him. Yesterday,
hey, Jamie, I love British soccer again.
Yesterday,
England, top 3 in the country.
Yesterday we did not have the best interaction with Joda, and it was pretty difficult for Joda yesterday. But he did something that I think shows a lot of courage, which is he came back.
Right?
And now that he came back, right? Now that he came back, it's good that he was able to come back and not only offer his offering, not only offer his offerings, but also listen to what others had to offer. And I think if we can balance our need or our desire for understanding to be understood, or to balance our need to offer with receive offerings, I think we can really make our interaction productive.
So can you give me 1 minute to respond to that, right? The gentleman in question, I believe was called Quinn, had a black face. I presume he's African American. And I asked him, had he heard of a famous freestyle white rapper? And apparently that was taken as a, I don't know, racially mixed message, apparently. So you will back me up on this. The guy gave me some absolute shit. I asked him, not because it was black, because I'm white, and the guy who was singing, and I posted it in the chat, the rapper is also white. I just asked him, had he heard of him, but apparently that was racially aggravated. Would that be correct? So you go from your memory of the chat.
Sorry about that. I'm back. Quick comfort break. We got a miss.
Rip Mac Miller.
Oh, so
I'll post it up.
We've already forgotten about yesterday. It was fun for you. Got to understand, you're interacting with stand-up comedians, right? So when you're interacting with stand-up comedians who get paid for a living to do stand-up, when we're having fun, we're just having fun doing stand-up. And I know sometimes it's a bit difficult when you haven't done stand-up as much as a professional comedian to do that type of interaction, because that's all they do. That's all they do is interact with people. That's their living. That's how they get paid, right? But I'm really glad that you were able to come back and had the courage to come back after we had not the most positive interaction, and to come back today and have a positive interaction with us. I think that's progress. It doesn't have to get along all the time. I think, though, that if we're in the same space and we can share the mic with each other, then that is a way that we can find common ground. And if we can find common ground, then we can build from there.
Well, I'm genuinely asking one person, have you heard of this person who is a freestyle rapper? If that makes me racist or a bad person, then you know what? I'm racist. Sandra, have you heard of a guy called Harry Mack?
What's that?
Have you heard of a gentleman called Harry Mack?
Mike, can you translate that? I'm outside. I didn't.
Oh, not a problem. He's asking you to listen to the same rapper that he said Quinn looked like.
Have you heard
Okay.
of it? No.
So, Joda, I really appreciate you coming today.
If he
I
sends me a
really-
link, I'm happy to listen to it.
Yeah, send it a link. So I really do appreciate you coming back. You know, there was a moment yesterday where there was tension, and now that today is a new day and tomorrow will be another day, I'm really hoping that we can involve you. I'm really hoping that we can involve you in the conversations that we're having. Because if you look at the title of the space, it's called the Syndicate, the Pre-Venture Capital Approval Process. And so it's one of those things where we really want to have you here. We really want to have your interaction, because there's a lot of people. I understand that. Here's the thing. I understand that you want to speak. It's not that I don't understand. It is not that I don't understand that you want to speak. But there are other people in the room that often want to speak, but don't feel able or don't want to interrupt you. And I want to make sure that people feel free to give their contribution in an equitable way. It doesn't mean that everyone has to talk equally. I want to provide the room for people to have the space to express themselves. And unless we're not going on mute very often, we should be on mute more than we are unmuted. What do you think about that?
Sorry, my hand raised. Can you see my hand raised? Sorry, so my hand is raised. Can you see that? Yeah.
I see it, Yotta.
Oh, cool, Jamie. Thank you. So, I don't know if it's maybe a UK thing, but whenever I enter this space or any chat, and Jamie will back me up on this, I always put my hand up, and then people go, "You don't have to put your hand up here, dude. Just speak." But no, it's like entering a gentleman's home. If I come into your house, I will ask you if it's okay to use the lavatory. I will ask you if it's okay for me to wash my hands. It's just, I don't know, a gentlemanly thing to do, right? So in this space, or in any space that I go into, every single time, without fail, when it says you're now a speaker, I will put this sign up with the hand up. And then afterwards, you should have actually called first. Well, I always do. The said is correct, right? And apparently asking a black man if he's heard of a white freestyle rapper was racist. Fuck off. So I'm going to leave right now, right? Because I've literally just ate some haggis, just the most fucking stereotypical Scottish thing
Yeah,
you've ever said.
again, you're not listening to me. We have forgotten yesterday. Yesterday doesn't even exist in our minds. That was just an opportunity. Here, I'm going to help you out. Yesterday was just an opportunity for us to have a good time together. We are here to have a good time. That's it. The way we have a good time is we allow everyone to speak. We actually share the mic. We share the stage with each other. It's like we're like a band. We don't always want to hear the flutes. Sometimes you want to hear the trombones. Sometimes you want to hear the tuba. Sometimes you want to hear the triangle.
What kind of fucking band do you listen to?
And what we're trying, and it's okay. So what we're going to try to do in the next few days is put ourselves in a position where we can benefit from everything that everyone else has to offer, as well as allowing people to benefit from what we have to offer. That's all I'm proposing.
Cool.
How might we benefit from our time together by sharing with each other? How might we have a dialogue amongst a number of people rather than simply experiencing a monologue? If we wanted a monologue, I could go on YouTube and watch a video. What this space is for a dialogue among people with various perspectives. And if we cannot have the space to hear other people's perspectives, we will be doing each other a disservice. And I want to make sure that we are not doing each other a disservice, but rather that we are serving each other.
Okay, I agree.
Of open mic spaces, if you want to, like, try your comedy and perform a monologue, that's absolutely fine. There's space for that.
Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe we put together a space where people can have a chance to do a monologue for 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah, but that's not the space.
Right, and that's okay.
That's okay.
Right.
We can create another space for that.
We can create a space specifically for that, because I think, to Joda's point, there are people that would like to test that material.
Yeah.
We can provide a space for that, an uninterrupted
100%.
space.
So can I just ask Sandra a quick question?
Call it Shakespeare.
Absolutely.
Just a very quick question, Sandra. Have you heard of this gentleman, Harry Mack, that I've posted in the chat? Have you heard of him?
What does he want me to do?
Sorry, I'll say it in American accent. Have you heard of Harry Mack, the guy I posted in the nest? It's above your head. It's
Oh,
like
okay.
a YouTube
I will check it out, and
Cool.
I'll email you, or I will DM you back. Okay.
Absolutely cool, dude. But because I asked a black person that,
He seemed like a cool guy.
No, I am. I genuinely am, and I was so upset yesterday. And I've listened to the whole of that diatribe that you said there, because I asked a black person, right, if he liked a freestyle rapper who was white and probably the best rapper in the world after Eminem.
Okay. I trust your opinion. I'll check it out.
It went very racial very quickly. So, because I'm a black man, I have to like rap? No, that's not what I'm saying. I just asked you a question. So you see my face? You see I'm black? I got big black forehead.
You're talking about a conversation that we already forgot about.
There was a white British rapper on Periscope, Theo. He was so nasty. He used to just like pop open his Periscope and just freestyle. I can't think of his name. People would be making comments and he'd be fucking freestyle to it. I gotta find him now. He was dope.
For just out of curiosity, right?
Larry London.
Have you seen Mr. B the Gentleman Rhymer?
No, this was on Periscope 2015.
Has anyone seen that movie of the horror movie where the girl was freestyle rapping in a car and that was her show? That was so good.
Some people are good. You know who's good? You ever see Miss Mojo on Twitter? On Twitter Spaces, she can freestyle.
All right, guys. So I'm gonna shut down this space, but I do appreciate all of you.
Yeah,
I'm glad.
I need a VC approval for my R&B record.
So you want to? I want to ask Phenom. Is it Phonon? I want to ask Phonon a quick question. Are you Caucasian or African American? Fuck off, Jesus fuck. Right, so Sandra, I don't know if you're white or black, and also I don't care. But see if I ask you if you'd heard of a certain rapper, would you care if I thought you were white or black?
I'm not sure who's left.
Sandra. But in fact, Jamie, let's just go with you. Right, so Sandra, for example, right, I don't know if you're white or black, right? I don't care. But if your profile picture was black, right, and you were Sandra, the black lady from America, if I said to you, have you heard of this freestyle rapper? You would probably say, oh, yes, I have. Or, no,
I understand what you think you meant, and I can appreciate that, but other people took it the wrong way. It doesn't change the meaning of what you said. It just means that people took it the wrong way, and that, maybe you should think about how you can, if you feel you need to, correct that with them. I understood what you meant. And I'll be honest with you, I've kind of done that too by accident. And, if I need to fix it, I go back and I fix it with the people that are upset with me.
Sandra, I've been in spaces with said gentlemen before. We're both speaking, and we're not friends. We're just in the same space, right? And he's spoken about rap before. So I thought, cool, it should be okay to ask him about this because I've been listening as a white Scottish person to a white freestyle rapper from Los Angeles. I didn't think that was bad, but he literally, as a comedian, used that to make me look like an asshole, and I'm not happy with that at all.
Okay. Cool.
I'm not racist at all. I couldn't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's
genuinely in Scotland. I don't care if you're black, white, blue, purple. We hate everyone the same.
I understand, and I don't think you're a bad
fucking
person. I don't think
No, I am a bad person.
Sorry, Joda, I really want to hear Sandra's response. Let's hear Sandra's full response. Go ahead, Council.
Sorry about that, man. You fucking faggoty, man, motherfucker.
Oh, so we are getting along.
Yeah. I try to get along with everybody, and he's not a bad person. He just feels, in my opinion, he just feels like people are not appreciating what he really meant, and that causes him a great deal of anxiety. I've been there. I get it. And I just think that if he feels, in his opinion, that other people were upset about that, maybe he should address that with them, because there's really nothing I can do to affect someone that disagrees with him. And I understand, based on what he said, I don't think he's a dishonest guy. I think he meant what he said, and he meant it in a non-prejudicial way. And that's just the way it is. But I can't magically fix what other people think, and I may be in the minority in terms of what I think about what you said. And I think you have to directly address the people that you directly affected.
Well, I apparently directly offended one person who was a black man, and I asked, "What? See, even if I was
go ahead, Mike."
Sorry. It's Mike and Allie. All I wanted to say to Mike's point was that we're also giving you an opportunity to discuss other things so that we can get to know you as a person and understand, other facets of you, and bring it back to this point,
Do me a favour.
makes it seem like, this is something that's, we're rehashing something, you know what I mean? And let's move forward and let's talk about something fun that's happening today.
Sandra, so you ask me any question and I'll tell you the truth. Straight away.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, Joda, what
Any
do
question?
you take seriously? Like, what is incredibly important to you outside of yourself?
Outside of myself, what is incredibly important to me is just human rights.
Do you have any like charitable causes that you believe in?
Yep, the anti-Nolan Trust.
Can you tell me more about that?
Yes, it is lymphobia cancer. I was just charity, so I give bone marrow every year towards that charity every year.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Next.
Do you have anyone in your family that had that, and that's why that charity is important to you?
No, a close friend of mine died from he had lymphobia cancer, and I gave him my bone marrow, and unfortunately it wasn't a match. And I've been a sponsor every year, and I give my bone marrow twice a year.
Oh, that's incredible. You're a very nice person.
Yeah, and that's why apparently I'm asking a black guy from America if you like to freestyle rap on me, I'm a racist. Go again, Sandra. Please ask me any question.
Oh yeah, no, I understand.
I will give you the answer straight away.
Just so when you said about lymphomic cancer there, I misheard you slightly, and I thought you said homophobic cancer.
No,
I was
not
really confused. Like, what's homophobic cancer? But yeah, I caught up.
Jamie, Jamie, come on, you're my fucking friend here, pal.
I know. That's why I was like, I know you're not homophobic at all, and that's why I was confused. Like, what the hell's homophobic cancer?
LYM.
Yeah, I got
HOBIC.
I caught up. There was just a moment I went.
By the way, Jamie, as an ex-professional football player, you can ask me any question as well.
What position do you play?
I think that's maybe all the time we have for today. I really appreciate you, Jamie.
Hold on, there was a question.
I really appreciate you, Joda. I really appreciate you, Sandra, and I really appreciate you, Zach.
Thanks, Mike, for doing this. Thanks, Allie.
Yeah. Well, Mike, if you're jumping now, I'll open up a space straight after.
Jamie, hold my space now, pal.
Take care, guys.
I'll open one straight
Take care.
up afterwards.
Bye, Mike.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Fuck up.
Oh, that was great. All right, so they're gone. Hi, Sandra.
That worked.
That worked. The fake out, dude. I love the fake out. You know what I mean?
You always faked me out, man.
Me out. Like, honestly, sometimes we're having a personal conversation, like, no, we're still on. I'm like, fucking, you faked me out.
But I mean, the thing about Joda that's interesting is, if I understood what he was saying correctly, is that did he actually donate bone marrow to try to save somebody, and has this great interest in a cancer charity? I mean, you would never know that.
The most important question you asked was, what do you take seriously?
Yeah, I loved that, counselor. Holy crap.
I remember Quinn told me about a guy who went on stage and talked about everything he hated. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. And someone in the audience said, what do you like? And it completely stumped him because he only had, you know what I mean? Material on what he hated. What do you like?
That's the thing that gets me about who's the name of Homer Simpson's daughter, the social justice warrior girl, the real
Lisa
smart
Simpson.
Lisa, and then Daria over, that show Daria from MTV.
Daria.
Those two. Right, I love
It's
Daria.
Daria is like a kind of like emo chick girl who goes through life, but she's amazing and she gives zero fucks. I love Daria.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's Lisa Simpson if she was emo?
And gave zero fucks.
Oh, if I'm not self-conscious, Lisa.
But both of them did did one thing that I wish that they could have worked on, which is they stayed the same. You know, they always had an issue about, or they were cynical, or they were just like, eh. And after a while, it's kind of like, oh God, you know, here comes the, you know, the cloudy, depressing, downer type weather. And after a while, they
Daddy
start.
down. Well, here's the thing, though. They bring a down energy and then paint a world that the world hates them. You realize that?
Yeah.
They come to the world with that energy of, I hate you. And invariably, what does the world say back?
Hate you back.
I hate you back.
And that's what
Correct.
That's what Love Song by Black Flag is about. Henry Rollins says, I hate the world that I think hates me. And, you know, that's the sort of philosophical jaunt that I try to exercise on myself every damn day, because it's easy to be upset and down and sad and miserable, but it's difficult to say, hey, I have like a lot of problems here and they suck, but I gotta get up and do something. It may not be something that everyone agrees with. In fact, it'll probably be something that nobody agrees with, but I'm going to go ahead and do it so that I can get up and rise up and try to do something better with my life and with the world. And it may not have any effect at all, and that's okay.
But it does, because those little bits of your own happiness and kindness like come back to you in crazy ways.
Yeah, it's happening for us.
And I love telling those stories to my students about the little seeds of kindness that you plant now come back to you in crazy harvests.
Crazy.
Like, I never would have gotten my job as a teacher if I wasn't kind in high school. Like, the guy who got me my job was an outcast in our high school at the time, and I befriended him. And when I moved back to Canada, he was like, hey, just so you know, there's this secret posting of a job. Do you want me to put your name for it? And I was like, holy fuck. When I went in, I was supposed to go in for an interview. The principal was my guidance counselor from high school, and my interview went like this. Oh, Tanya, I remember you. You're a cool guy. Let me show you to your department. That was my interview.
Yeah.
And I love telling that story because it's like the kindness, right? You don't realize the impact you're making on people, and it beautifully comes back to you.
Well, people think, you know, I asked Quinn, why is it so important to support? Or, you know, I told him basically like, you know, you really taught me the importance of supporting your peoples. And he says, that's so important because the people who don't support are users. They're users.
What do you think about that, though?
I think that's fine. There are parasites and mutualistic and many different types of symbiosis in nature. And that's a natural thing. And you don't even hate it.
Right, but in nature, there are a lot of animals that one might consider parasitic that, in fact, are beneficial to the host.
Yes. And you don't really understand the need of these parasites until you remove them, and then all the ecosystem goes haywire, right? And
Yeah,
so
right.
I look at Joda in a lot of ways, and anyone like that, Crow, go down the list of people that we might have friction with initially. That doesn't mean that they can't become a member of whatever the hell this is.
It's kind of like catfish. I was reading this thing about where the term came from, and it was like, in order to get healthy salmon, you have to put a catfish in the barrel. And it's wild. Like, if you just truck live salmon, they get lethargic, they get sad, and they just die. But when you put in a catfish, it changes the ecosystem, and all of a sudden they move around, they swim around, they stay live, they stay fresh, and you get beautiful salmon. And maybe just having a catfish in the pool helps the salmon sharpen the salmon.
That's what we should call the dating show.
What?
Catfish in the pool.
Oh my God.
Yeah, there you go. Absolutely. No, that's true. But if you ever caught a catfish, they're mighty tasty.
Yes, they are.
Look,
Yes, they are.
I remember we were fishing with my friend, and they would just swim up to your feet, and you're like, "Is it?" And then they're so easy to catch. You're like, "This can't be good for me." You know what I mean? There's
We're
that.
eating the detritus from you.
It's just so crazy, but it was fish curry? Are you crazy? Man.
Good
Hey,
stuff.
Megatron, what do you know about fish curry? He's like, a fish curry by what? Sorry.
You know, lemon pepper on that catfish.
Oh my god.
Let's get together and eat some catfish.
Catfish, it's better on your plate than it is on Tinder.
It's so stupid.
Not those sort of, you know, we're not cannibals yet anyway. I think
Uh,
it's bugs and then humans. You know, I think we're working on that.
That's, you know when you have those moments when somebody says something and you're like, should I clip that? No? Right?
I liked it.
I loved it, but I'm not going to clip it.
That's true. I'll just keep it in my heart.
I'm just going to keep it in my heart, yeah.
Oh, I thought that was. I didn't even plan that, but no. When you think about it, that's true. We're becoming Soylent Green by degrees.
I can't believe you just said Soylent Green.
One of my favorite, you know, reads, and the movie was exceptional. Yeah, but maybe that's where we're heading. And there'll be nothing left but cows at the end of the earth. Just a bunch of cows. We just leave them alone.
Whoa. It reminds me of
Animal Farm.
It reminds me of that Dr. Rita Cox story about truth, falsehood, water, and fire. You ever heard that story?
No, I don't remember that one. I don't think I've read it.
So there were once 4 friends in a village: truth, falsehood, water, and fire. And they were hungry. They got hungry one day, and they heard through the grapevine that there were all this beautiful, succulent cattle at the top of the Great Mountain. So they started talking, and they, did the military decision-making process and decided to head off on the mission, right? And so halfway there, falsehood takes water aside and says, you know what, water, if you quench fire, there'd only be 3 of us, and that means more food for the 3 of us. And, water thinks about it and is like, you know what, you're right, I can do math. And so water quenches fire. And then there were only 3 of them: truth, falsehood, and water. So finally they walk and walk and walk, whatever. They get to the bottom of the Great Mountain. They can almost taste it, right? And water, it finally dawns on water that water only flows downhill.
Uh-oh.
So water can't eat because he forgot about the usefulness of fire. And so today what we see at the top of the Great Mountain is truth and falsehood arguing over cattle.
Perfect. I mean, that's a great story.
Dr. Rita Cox. Yeah, she's a really influential librarian in Toronto. And she told me that story. I'm like, whoa. And she's like, yeah, I'm releasing a number of books with all of these short stories. I'm like, wow. Let me know. What's going on, Mega? What you up on? You feeling good? You feeling nice?
Driving home. Nice and early. 1 o'clock.
So Zach, I'm not sure if you're listening, but I'm not sure if Cho reached out, but she was looking for some guidance as well. I think by initiating the military decision-making process and the right discipline, I think she would be able to prepare herself and go through the pre-venture capital approval process.
Sounds really, really cool.
Yeah. Even if he's not listening, I just was able to. It's so cool because I can make. We can talk to people through clips that aren't in the room, right?
Yeah.
So if we wanted to talk to KC, we'd be like,
Send a clip.
"Hey Zach, how's it going? No way, you work in the military? That's amazing."
Oh, I was gonna pee when I heard Sandra do the
Oh, what Sandra did the KC?
Yeah, I was gonna pee.
So what, Sandra? Can you do your KC?
Oh, who, me?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Hey Zach, how's it going? That's the best I can do, I think.
And the thing is,
Casey has such a special voice, though. You know what I mean? Like, he should really be like a radio host or something like that.
so Sandra impersonates
Oh, I love that.
KC.
JC.
So now,
Casey, right? Okay.
yeah. So
Got it.
I just clipped it, right? And now we have like a message to KC, even though he's not in the space, right? We could be like, "Hey Ron, how's it going? This is Mike, Sandra, Megatron, and Zach. We're really excited that you came into the space the other day and blew everyone's brains out of the back of their head on how to really focus down and potentially scale up their businesses with your services. So we really look forward to speaking with you in the future."
Right. I mean, we could definitely say something along those lines and then send it or make it, kind of shocking,
Yes. Yeah. So I clipped that and I sent that to Zach, to Ron. Right.
Yeah.
What?
Complete sidebar. It has nothing to do with anything except I was just thinking about Ron. Does anybody else D&D? Because I feel like it would be so fun to syndicate D&D.
Man, dude, if we start doing that,
Because Ron's into it too, and I'm like, oh, he's got all the books on his shelf. I'm like,
yeah, should. I think when we start the whole voice acting thing, right, with Sandra and everyone else.
Oh.
By the way, if you're listening to this, so here, this is a test. If you're listening to the sound of my voice, tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, Christian Potenza, who played McLean on Total Drama Island, will be guiding the Syndicate through yourvoiceismoney.com. That's right, yourvoiceismoney.com. How much you monetize your voice. We're having a meeting today at 8 p.m. DM me your email address to participate.
All right. So I see that Megatron over there is a DJ or a radio personality of some sort.
Yes.
I'm nosy.
Me and my buddies run a small radio station out of New York. I don't really do too much talking, so I wouldn't say I'm a radio personality. But I DJ a lot and do the mixing and stuff like that. Have a couple of shows on the station. So
Wild. Do you like
I
it?
really don't talk. Yeah, it's hobby, honestly. Like this weekend, I'm playing out. I'm doing like a pool party, like end of the summer pool party thing for a group of people. So I do live events and stuff like that too. So it kind of depends. It's been very slow with COVID though.
But you do reach people.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it could be like that show Jericho back in the day where you're like the only radio station left and you just kind of send messages out there and hope people get them. Right.
That's what we got going on. We got all the equipment to like pretty much hack the airwaves because that's what we're doing. But it's only short. It's like 10 miles, so it's not that far. But we're on the internet and all of that, so you can listen through, tune in, XM radio, Cyrus, all that other shit.
Well, I'm a cousin of someone who owns a lot of satellites. So, someday if we're in like a survival situation, maybe, we can work something out for your station and give it more broadcasting space, so to speak.
So either your cousins with someone who owns Dish, DirecTV, or Elon Musk. Which one? Those are the only people who got thousands of satellites.
There are other options out there, but it may be one of those. Sure.
Well, that's cool. God bless.
Awesome.
Guys, I'm gonna go jump on this call. Good time today. Really good time today.
Thank you so much, Mike. And I know you're
Yeah.
busy. I appreciate you doing these spaces as a host.
You know what?
And
I'm hearing the voice of the guy I'm about to speak to. It's just business. No,
I understand.
it isn't. But you know what I mean. Like I am working towards making sure that everyone can get paid. Does that make sense?
Right, right. And just because it is business doesn't mean that I can't appreciate what.
Doesn't
Not pleasurable.
Yeah, it doesn't mean we can't make you understand.
Yes,
Right?
Business can be pleasurable.
Business can be pleasurable if we build it on the right foundation, I believe. Now, maybe we find out in 6 months that we fucking hate each other. You know what I mean? And that's okay too. It wouldn't be the first time. You're right? You know what I mean? Like, I'm
Sure.
39, man. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen things go sour. I've seen things go good. Seen things go sour, good, sour, good, sour, good, sour, good.
Yep.
Right? And I'm here for it all. The whole reason I'm want to do Your Voice is Money is because, like I said, I saw a buddy who is in corporate now go to be a detective on a show on NBC, and it's like, okay, well, you're not going to tell me that's not validated, so I have to go from proving out the model to now introducing it to other people that I think could follow the same path, whatever that path might be for them.
Well, if I ever quote unquote make it, I will nonstop be talking everybody up because that's the sort of person I am anyway. You know, you never know when there'll be another connection made based on something that you
Well,
believe in that you say to other people.
you bring up an important point because Elizabeth, right, counsel from Arkansas, she said that she would be more likely to work with someone from the syndicate if for no other reason that the syndicate was able to help her. Right? So
Right.
imagine that there are all these competing solutions in the market that could possibly all do the same thing for you. She would rather put any of her sacrifice towards someone in this room because the room helped her. And I'm like, okay, well, that's an interesting thing that I never expected.
Hey, can I interject?
Well, it makes
for a
sense
minute?
though. Yeah. Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't know you.
This one's for you, Sandra. You got to change that one little word
Oh.
to when. Because if you still believe in if you're going to make it, that means you have doubt, right? So all you got to do is say when I make it. Because you believe you're
Well,
going
I'm
to
just
make
being
it.
humble.
I
I don't,
believe I'm going to make it.
you know, thank you.
When you
I like
make
it.
it. Much better.
You're very
Yeah.
gracious.
No, Mega's good people. Well, hold on. So you're, because Mega's in what, New York? Manhattan?
Yeah, well, 5 hours. But yeah. But where are you, Sandra?
I am in Miami
Oh, the
currently.
good life. The good
Yeah,
beaches, the
it's
nice
not bad.
weather, cheaper Disney
Trying to get
tickets.
a
Like,
tan.
come on.
Right. I'm trying to get a tan right now. I don't know. It's getting there. Maybe. I'm very pale. But yeah, Miami's cool.
You're trying to get a tan. It's the end of the summer. What the hell? What have you been doing all summer?
Oh, I've just been adjusting to leaving smelly, toxic New Jersey and breathing fresher air. It's just surreal in a way.
Ah, gotcha.
I like your outfit though. I like the hat. Is that a pickaxe that you have in your hand?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just a stolen image from Google, to be honest, because I was just trying to explain something to someone, which is I'm trying to generate a project that's along the lines of this, right? Because what I do is crypto mining. So I want
Okay.
to make like NFT miners, but make them kind of like old-fashioned hillbilly toothless pickaxe miners, you know?
That's
But
really
instead of
cool.
like gold being in their hands and all that, it would be like the coins of Ethereum or Bitcoin or whatever the hell people are into, you know?
That's wild.
So, but that's what I'm trying to work towards right now.
Well, I heard that Bitcoin's starting to turn around in such a way that it makes sense to get back to mining it, but I guess we'll see. I'm not worried either way.
Why you're into mining?
I'm interested in mining. I find it fascinating, the inner workings of it, and I kind of lived through like 2 or 3 decades of just computers everywhere and being put together and fixed anyway. So, I kind of like it, but I'm not doing it myself. But I like to like listen to what's going on with that. Sure.
Yeah, I'm actually not even mining Bitcoin. Um, I was mining Ethereum, and I just stepped away from that like a couple of weeks ago because they're about to make their transition. And I think my next big thing is probably going to go into Ethereum Classic, but I'm not sure yet. Right now, I'm actually mining some cheap.
Do they mine Dogecoin? They do, don't they?
Yeah, but those are ASIC miners. Like I do GPU mining, which is a little different than ASIC mining. ASIC mining is application specific, meaning you can only do one thing.
Gotcha.
GPU mining, I can switch around and do a bunch of different coins. I can use the mineable. I can do. There's a
Look,
lot more flexibility.
if you ever wanted to know everything about what it's like to be a miner, Megatron is the person.
Oh,
Oh,
sounds
I've
fascinating
been going
stuff.
through it. I've been going through it. I'll tell you that. I wouldn't say everything. I'm definitely I'm very knowledgeable in the GPU mining area. The ASIC mining area, I know a little bit, but there's so many other ways of mining. You can mine from a USB stick running a stupid little software. So, like, there's a lot of things that you could do. But when it comes to like mining farms, building big rigs, building computers, software, hardware, stuff like that, I'm all in on that.
Exciting times.
All right, guys, I'm gonna dip out. All love.
All righty. Have a good one.
All
All
right,
right, Mike.
I'll see you soon.
So,
All right, take care.
Bye.
later, Dan.